Good morning. Let's pray. Gracious and eternal God, we gather here at Joint Base Andrews on this beautiful day, united in awe of the skies and the remarkable feats of human ingenuity and courage. As we begin today's air show, we pause to seek your divine presence and protection over all who are part of this special occasion. We thank you for the dedicated performers, the pilots, crews, and support teams who showcase the precision, skill, and valor that define our nation's military forces. Bless them with steady hands, clear minds, and unwavering focus as they take to the heavens. Guard them against any harm, and let their demonstrations inspire us with the spirit of excellence and service. We also lift up all of our attendees, families, friends, visitors from the local community who have come to celebrate and enjoy this display of aerial prowess. Fill our hearts with joy, wonder, and a deep sense of community. And may this day foster lasting memories and a renewed appreciation for the freedoms we cherish in America. As the performances unfold and culminate with the majestic Thunderbirds this afternoon, guide us all in unity and peace. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Moore, for this morning's invocation. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome to the microphone the commander of the 89th Airlift Wing, Colonel Christopher Robinson. Sir, the microphone is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Joint Base Andrews and America's Airfield. I am Colonel Chris Robinson, the commander of the 89th Airlift Wing, and it is my unique privilege, along with my teammate, Chief Master Sergeant Ty Gordon, to lead 1,400 airmen in a unique mission of delivering diplomacy on behalf of the American people. We fly the iconic aircraft that you may know as Air Force One and Air Force Two, supporting our nation's top leaders, the President, the Vice President, First Lady, Secretary of War, Secretary of State, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other senior leaders around the globe. In fact, just yesterday, we launched in the middle of this air show the Secretary of State on a diplomatic mission to Israel. The mission at Joint Base Andrews never stops, even when we're in the middle of an air show. I'd like to start out by thanking our distinguished visitors who are here today, General DeVoe, the commander of Air Force District Washington, and his lovely bride. I'd also like to thank the commander of this amazing installation, Colonel June O. Thank you for opening up this base so that we can share the wonderful things that are happening here at Joint Base Andrews. I'm truly proud to be your wingman. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our amazing volunteers and our presenting sponsor, Andrews Federal Credit Union. Can I get a round of applause for them? I'd also like to thank Vacation Village, AIU Power, the Agency Frederick, USAA, and United Airlines. Without your sponsorship, we just wouldn't be able to put on this type of performance for the American people. Ladies and gentlemen, today our joint force will be on full display. Joint Base Andrews is the home to tens of thousands of airmen, sailors, soldiers, Coast Guardsmen, Space Force Guardians, and their families. Our Navy and our Army are going to start off today with their outstanding parachute demonstration teams. We will also have the Navy's F-18 Rhino demonstration team, followed by the U.S. Air Force C-17 demo, civilian aerobatic ACTS, historic Warbirds, and we will end the day with the United States Air Force aerial demonstration team, better known as the Thunderbirds. Please don't forget about our science, technology, engineering, arts, and math exhibits over in the hangars, as well as our Heritage Speaker Series. We are truly excited to have you all here today with us, and we hope to entertain, to educate, and most importantly, inspire future generations to dare to do great things. I know I speak for our team when I say we look forward to engaging with all of you and telling you about our critical missions here at Joint Base Andrews. May God bless you all. May God bless the brave performers today, and may God bless the United States of America. Let's get the show started.
Thank you, Colonel Robertson, for your remarks this morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please prepare for the presentation of the colors and the singing of our national anthem and the arrival of the American flag by the United States Army Golden Knights. Our jumpers today will be Sergeant Brandon Hexam and Sergeant Sloan Kennett. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away again from the national anthem and the official start of Day 2 of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Again, what an incredible weekend we are having so far, and it's continuing through today and will throughout the afternoon, as you're going to see some of the most incredible pilots, some of the most incredible planes in the world right here at Andrews Air Force Base this weekend. We've got an incredible lineup, incredible planes, and what great history will be taking to the skies so that we can enjoy not only these incredible modern military aircraft today, but the road that got us to this point, the planes, the pilots, the legacy that these aircraft represent that brought us to the point that we have this incredible Air Force that we enjoy today. Our jumpers today will be exiting the aircraft, the C-147, at about 6,000 feet. When they jump out of the aircraft, they can accelerate to speeds of up to 120 miles an hour as they head towards the ground. The parachutes you'll see them fly today are called Ram Air parachutes. They operate under the principle of the Wright brothers' first airplane. Believe it or not, the Wright brothers did not have ailerons on their aircraft. They actually turned the plane, the Wright Flyer, by warping the wings, by bending or twisting the wing and allowing the aircraft to move to the right or to the left. These parachutes operate under the same principle. You'll notice as they come down, they'll actually be able to steer in the direction they want to fly. By using control cables on the left and right, they can actually pull on it. It causes the wing to stall out on the left or right side, and the parachute will turn in that direction. So you'll see our pilots begin to turn and move and control the direction of flight. These parachutes have a forward airspeed of about 22 to 25 miles an hour. And when they get close to the ground, I want you to watch very closely, because when they get close to the ground, you'll see the jumper pull down on both control cables. What he's doing at that point is he's stalling out their parachute, just like an aircraft right before it lands. It stalls right as the wings touch the ground. And the same thing happens with the parachute. Ladies and gentlemen, high overhead, jumpers are away, and we are getting started. Let's get ready to rock and roll for Day 2 of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. And we've got two good canopies, high overhead, and Aaron Deleu in the Extra 330 now begins to circle our jumpers. What an amazing sight that is. There's some photographs right there, ladies and gentlemen. Gee, Enterprise Winter Car ought to give us a little plug for that. Beautiful sight. Aaron Deleu coming all the way around the jumpers. What an amazing sight, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the second day of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show underway. That is a sight indeed. Aaron Deluge circling our jumpers. You'll notice both jumpers are linked together in a down plane as they head straight down towards the ground. Some great canopy work going on right above our heads, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please stand and join us for our national anthem?
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're officially underway. Day 2 of the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Let's welcome our jumpers down. Let them hear it, ladies and gentlemen. They can hear you up there. What a sight, ladies and gentlemen. As our jumpers pull down on both control cables and touchdown safely. Another big round of applause, your United States Army Golden Knights. Great to have them here this weekend, and they're going to be performing a lot more before this day's over with. We're going to see more of the United States Army Golden Knights throughout the day today. We're so excited you're here. We are rocking and rolling. This has been an amazing weekend. Friday, Saturday have been 2 incredible days, and we're going to have no less than another fantastic day at the third day, officially, I guess, for us at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Again, we couldn't have dialed up any better weather, but don't be fooled by the cool wind and the sunshine. It'll lull you into a false sense of complacency. You can get dehydrated very quickly. So again, make sure you drink plenty of water out here today. Get yourself something to eat or drink. We do have what we call water buffaloes located at Hangar 2, Hangar 3, up near the area, the buses where you came in to today's show. These are large water tanks full of water. You can get there free water there if you need some. But again, that's available to you as well. We got vendors. We've got plenty to eat and drink. So please take care of yourself. Don't go away hungry or thirsty. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water. Water, all right? Very, very important. Well, we got just a few moments. I want to recognize some amazing people that are out here today. If you are a veteran of any of our armed forces, if you are a veteran of any of our armed forces, would you please raise your hand? Veterans, please raise your hand that are here today. Now, the rest of us, let's put our hands together for these amazing people. Thank you, veterans. Thank you so much for your service to this country, for your dedication. Words cannot express how grateful we are for your service to this great country. Thank you guys so much. In just a few moments, from almost 2 miles above our heads, members of the United States Army Golden Knights will get ready to exit the C-147.
From the early days of flight to the first step on the moon, man has relied extensively on a small deceleration device known as the parachute. Created initially to save a pilot's life as he jumped from his disabled aircraft, parachuting has evolved through modern aviation technology to become the extreme sport of the 21st century. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sergeant Sloan Cannett, originally from Beverly Hills, Michigan. It has been my proud honor to fly our nation's colors on this, my 1,138th Freefall parachute jump. I will describe for you all today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. The jumpers are out, and the show is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The jumpers fly their bodies together while using their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. As our formation continues to fall at that 120 miles per hour, our wingsuiter is circling the formation, as well as our freefall photographer. At 5,000 feet, the jumpers will separate and prepare to deploy their main parachutes. And there you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation, a traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling down on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds of up to 60 miles per hour. This enables our jumpers to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. The trail of smoke each jumper leaves in the sky is created by 2 M18 red smoke canisters, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to one foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, he or she can ignite their smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft while in free fall or under parachute. At 1,000 feet, the jumper does what is called a wind penetration check, checking his distance and speed across the ground. Our jumper will then fly a downwind leg, a base leg 90 degrees to the target, and then will face into the wind for a final approach. If you look up, you will see one of the jumpers doing our drop flag maneuver. By pulling up on a single handle, he released our 900 square foot Army Star drop flag. That's bigger than the average apartment in New York City. To orient this large flag, there's a 35-pound weight attached to the bottom, plus the weight of the flag. That adds 50 additional pounds to the jumper. The flag is attached to the front of the jumper's harness by 4 attachment points. It is piloted by an extremely skilled canopy pilot, as it is much harder to fly and land in such a small target area. Ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude our performance for the morning. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all your days be prosperous and your nights golden.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Army Golden Knights, give it up. Fantastic. Great to have them here this weekend, and they'll be back a little bit later on. We're going to make them work this weekend for us. Great to have the Golden Knights with us. Great job as always as we get this day kicked off. We've got an incredible lineup, ladies and gentlemen, as some of your hometown heroes will be flying through here in just a few moments. Members of the 89th Airlift Wing and the 1st Helicopter Squadron. The 1st Helicopter Squadron, their mission is to deliver continuous, immediate response capability vital to national security, provide priority airlift for national-level civilian and military senior leadership in the National Capital Region, support Joint Force Headquarters, NCR task defense to civil authority, search and rescue, and medical evacuations. The 1st Helicopter Squadron was formed in August of 1955. They were known as the 1401st Helicopter, established as a presidential support unit. In July of 1953, President Eisenhower became the very first president to fly in a helicopter. In July of 1970, the unit was renamed the 1st Helicopter Squadron, and in July of 2025, the squadron celebrated 56 years of excellence. From the right, the 1st Helicopter Squadron. The 1st Helicopter Squadron flies the UH-1N Huey. It was first introduced in 1971 and still going strong, built by Bell Helicopter Company. The aircraft's powered by a Pratt & Whitney T400 engine. The UH-1N has a range of about 287 miles and a cruising speed of about 115 miles an hour. And coming up next, another one of your hometown heroes, the 89th Airlift Wing. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right here at Joint Base Andrews, America's Airfield, please welcome the men and women of the 89th Airlift Wing, proudly representing Air Mobility Command as the Air Force's premier Special Air Missions Unit. With the motto of Experto Crede, trust one who has experience, trust one who's had experience, and the promise that perfection is the standard, the 89th is entrusted to fly America's most important leaders around the globe. The 89th Airlift Wing's legacy goes back to its beginnings in 1949 as the 89th Troop Carrier Wing. Since taking on the Special Air Mission in 1966, the 89th has been the face of American air power in support of diplomacy, delivering leaders safely, securely, and reliable around the globe. Inbound from the right, ladies and gentlemen, members of the 89th Airlift Wing and the C-40. The mission exists to support the President of the United States and what are known as the top 5 customers: the Vice President, the First Lady, the Secretary of War, the Secretary of State, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. To execute these no-fail missions, the 89th operates a versatile fleet of C-32As, C-40B, and C-37AB, along with the Presidential Air Group flying the VC-25A, known worldwide as Air Force One. What truly sets the wing apart are its people. Sam Fox Airmen, from pilots, flight engineers, and flight attendants to maintainers, communicators, and support professionals, these airmen uphold the tremendous history, culture, and value of the wing. For them, perfection is the standard, because delivering diplomacy on behalf of the American people is the mission. Ladies and gentlemen, how about another big round of applause for members of the 1st Helicopter Squadron and the 89th Airlift Wing, hometown heroes, right here from Joint Base Andrews.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Midshipman Sophia Urea, and I am honored to introduce to you the Naval Academy Parachute Team, the Sky Goats. Initially operational from 1969 until 1983, the USNA Sport Parachute Club, the Naval Academy Parachute Team, was reformed in 2008. The team, currently composed of 23 active members, all specialize in skydiving and sport parachuting. The mission of the Naval Academy Parachute Team is to provide midshipmen with the unique opportunity to develop advanced leadership skills, to positively represent the Naval Academy in collegiate parachute competitions and sport parachuting demonstrations, and to execute public parachute demonstrations just like today. The parachute team is led by head coach Matt Sakala, former officer in charge of the Navy parachute team known as the Leapfrogs, and guided by officer representatives Marine Corps Major Hardesty and, ironically enough, Army Lieutenant Colonel Greta. The jumpers featured today are from the current senior and junior class and are hoping to commission into various communities, including naval aviation, naval special warfare, marine ground, submarines, and surface warfare. In a few moments, our jumpers will be exiting the Golden Knight aircraft at 10,000 feet to perform a specialized show just for you. Please direct your attention to the sky. Our jumpers are on jump run right now and looking at the aircraft to get ready to exit. Jumpers away! Our jumpers just exited the aircraft at 10,000 feet and have ignited their red smoke foot brackets. They will be forming together in the sky and displaying a bomb burst where 4 jumpers track away from each other at speeds of 120 miles per hour before opening their parachutes. Canopy and practicing their canopy disciplines with smoke, streamers, and one will soon open their flag. Coming in now, Midshipman Henry Borthwick from Jonesboro, Tennessee. Please give it up as he lands safely on the concrete. Next up is Ensign Brett Dumais from Milford, Connecticut. Ensign Brett graduated the Naval Academy last year and is still participating with us in demo jumps. Coming in together, we have Midshipman Jason Lenning from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and Midshipman Kobe Boateng from Columbia, Maryland. Next up, Midshipman Kevin Cusick from Las Vegas, Nevada. Flying the streamer, we have Midshipman Luke Wertelman from Mickleton, New Jersey. Landing now, we have Mr. George Davenport from Haymarket, Virginia. Oh, Brody Boggs, Midshipman Brody Boggs landing the streamer in the grass. The Naval Academy is one of 5 service academies across the country, located in Annapolis, Maryland. We're very close with our rival academy, West Point, which commissions officers into the Army. As much as we're one unified force, we love a little friendly competition, as you can see with our brand new Beat Army flag. This flag is roughly 500 square feet and flown by Midshipman Connor Mulberg. Midshipman Connor Mulberg is from Warrenton, Virginia, and the captain of our team. Please give it up as he lands. please give us one last round of applause to the midshipmen jumpers of the Naval Academy parachute team. Following the demonstration jump, the team will be packing at the south end of the runway and walking around the air show vendors. Thank you for watching our show. Go Navy and beat Army.
All right, they have thrown down the gauntlet there, Army. So it's on. Ladies and gentlemen, United States Naval Academy, Sky Goats, great to have them here this weekend. All right, how many of you would like to go skydiving? Does it look like something that'd be fun to do? You need to have your head examined. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, what a thrill. What a thrill. Great to have our jumpers from the Golden Knights to the United States Navy Academy skydivers. I tell you, we got jumpers all over the place. And the Golden Knights will be back a little bit later on this afternoon as well. So, again, we have got a great lineup for you of exciting, incredible aircraft. History in the air all the way up to our modern military aircraft. Hey, listen, we want to remind everyone, coming up at 11:15, we have a Berlin airlift survivor, someone who actually went through that incredible time when the Soviets were trying to split Germany in half, build that Berlin Wall. And we have a Berlin airlift survivor. 11:15, they'll be speaking in hangar number 2. If you'd like to meet this individual, you can meet and greet, talk with them about the Berlin airlift. If you need some information on that, the big C-54, the big silver plane parked in between hangars number 2 and 3 here, inside there is a mini museum of the Berlin airlift. If you've ever wondered what that was about, what took place, what had to happen, it was an incredible effort. And this aircraft, like the C-54 and others like the C-47, participated in one of the largest airlifts of all time. And you can meet the survivor of that, 11:15, hangar number 2. Go inside the C-54, get an up-to-date on the Berlin airlift, what it was all about, and why it was so important that we get these supplies into these individuals. It was an incredible time, and America rose up again to help people that were in need. And get some information on that, and that'll again be taking place at 11:15 in hangar number 2. Still to come, we have got Warbird Thunder, World War II SNJ aircraft. These were advanced trainers used during World War II, and you're going to see some amazing flying in these two classic aircraft, because what's interesting about this aircraft is that during World War II, Army Air Corps cadets were told never, never, never do aerobatics in this aircraft below 3,000 feet. Warbird Thunder, not even going to get above 3,000 feet today. They're going to fly some beautiful formation aerobatics in these classic World War II training aircraft. Wing Walker Sam with us. Samantha's with us. She's going to be getting on top of the wing of an aircraft. You heard me right. She's going to crawl out of the cockpit, get up on the top of the wing, and stand up there through a whole presentation. All these aerobatics. Now, the difference is the pilot gets to sit behind a windscreen. He's protected. She's going to be out there on top of that wing facing Hurricane 5 category winds while this whole routine takes place. It's absolutely amazing. But the unique thing about Sam and the pilot is her husband. So this is a husband and wife team. So hopefully they have good communication skills, because she's on top of the wing. He's in the cockpit. Wing Walker Sam with us. It's going to be fun to watch. History will take to the sky in the B-25J Panchito. This is one of the most beautifully restored World War II aircraft you'll literally see anywhere. This is a legendary B-25J. This aircraft participated in literally every theater of war during World War II and was made famous by the Doolittle raid in April of 1942, when 16 land-based medium bombers, the B-25s, were loaded on an aircraft carrier, shipped over towards Japan, launched and attacked the Japanese homeland for the first time in their history. One of the most important missions really to turn the tide of war in World War II, because up until that time, it had always been defeat. The Japanese were marching through the South Pacific like a hot knife through butter. Nobody could stop them. Nothing was happening in the right direction. And the Doolittle raid, only 4 months after Pearl Harbor, gave the morale boost that we all needed to get in there, finish it, and get the war won. So you're going to see this historic aircraft in the skies, the B-25J. Then we're going to jump you all the way up. We're going to go from 80 years all the way up to modern military aircraft like the United States Navy's FA-18F Super Hornet. You're going to see this incredible aircraft take to the skies if you watched Top Gun Maverick, and if you haven't, wow, what's your problem? You need to watch that movie. If you did, you'll recognize that jet parked just to the left of the Blue Angels, and that is the aircraft they flew in the movie, and you're going to get a chance to see that aircraft in an incredible demonstration today, the United States Navy's FA-18 Super Hornet. We'll get more Warbirds into the sky, the C-47 and the P-40 Warhawk. The C-47, one of the workhorses of World War II that transported supplies and personnel. If you've ever seen movies like The Longest Day about the Normandy invasion in 1944, C-47s were the aircraft that carried the paratroopers into Europe and got the thing started. And it was an amazing feat, as literally hundreds of thousands of personnel, we're talking planes, ships. It was the largest amphibious landing of all time, and you're going to see one of the aircraft that helped participate in that, the C-47, and of course the P-40 Warhawk. Most of you will recognize this aircraft as the Flying Tigers. It has the shark mouth painted on the front of the aircraft, one of the most iconic aircraft of World War II, the P-40 Warhawk, one of the aircraft that, of a few, that actually started the war and carried on completely through the war. The P-40 Warhawk did. It's an amazing aircraft. You'll see it in the skies today. Aaron Deleu will be back in the skies today. You saw Aaron circling around the jumper today. Aaron will get back in that aircraft and put on an incredible demonstration in the extra. Aaron comes to us again all the way from Australia. Yes, he has an Australian accent. It's really great. And he's a great guy as well. But you'll love watching Aaron. He puts on an incredible demonstration in the extra aircraft. You're going to see the United States Air Force C-17 Globemaster III, one of the workhorses of the modern military age. It started with aircraft like the C-47, the C-130, and now the C-17 Globemaster III carries on the incredible condition of these amazing cargo aircraft that can get supplies, personnel into some of the most remote airfields you'd ever think. There's no way a jet can land in that area. The C-17 can land in some of the most incredible environments in the world, from ice to sand to dirt. Doesn't make any difference. All right, you'll hear a distinctive sound of some round engines on the takeoff roll. It's Warbird Thunder and their North American SNJs. Again, these two aircraft are not high-performance aerobatic aircraft like you see Aaron fly or Mike Gullion fly. These are World War II trainers. They weigh over 5,000 pounds. They have no air conditioning in the cockpit whatsoever. These are heavy World War II training aircraft that trained literally every pilot in World War II because it was the only advanced trainer single-engine aircraft that we had. If you were in the Army Air Corps during World War II, you would have called this aircraft the T-6 Texan. If you were in the Navy, like these two aircraft were manufactured for, they were called the SNJ. If you were in the Royal Canadian Air Force, they called this aircraft the Harvard. You'll hear those three names, but it was all basically the same aircraft. The T-6 Texan, the SNJ, built by North American Aviation during World War II. And again, literally every pilot had some time in the T-6 Texan. The aircraft was very, very versatile. Again, originally designed as an advanced trainer aircraft. As a matter of fact, it would have been the first aircraft an Army Air Corps cadet or Naval cadet would have flown that had retractable landing gear, had some of the flight characteristics of the fighters that they would fly into World War II. So it not only trained many pilots, but it could also be adapted with a .30 caliber machine gun in the rear cockpit for air-to-air gunnery training. Bombs could be put, practice bombs could be put on underneath the wings for bomb training. So it had a lot of versatility. As a matter of fact, they could even be modified with an arrestor hook on the back of the aircraft so it could land on an aircraft carrier. So you can see just how versatile this aircraft was. As a matter of fact, over 40 nations after World War II flew the T-6 SNJs to train their pilots as well. So what you're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, is a unique look at history 80 years ago, as these SNJs will be coming in just a few moments, and we'll get a nice look at these incredible aircraft built and designed so long ago, but still going strong today. Again, you can hear that distinctive sound, the sound of round, as we like to call it, those radial engines. Let's get ready to take you back in time. Yep, we're going to time travel. Let's go back 80 years to the conflict known as World War II from 1939 until 1945. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. From your right, Warbird Thunder. These are two World War II ex-Navy advanced training aircraft designated as SNJs. They're completing one of the oldest aerobatic maneuvers. It's called a classic loop, first performed in 1913. Formation flying is a skilled art demanding discipline and trust. Formation is designed to allow a group of aircraft to operate in proximity to one another with a high degree of safety. In order to deconflict and have that safety, the aircraft joining on or flying off the other must have separation in three different axes: lateral separation, vertical separation, and horizontal separation. So the aircraft flying formation, another must spread out laterally, step down vertically, and fly slightly behind the lead aircraft at a 30 to 45 degree angle. For most of the performance, Warbird Thunder will be 3 to 4 feet of separation. This next maneuver is part loop and part roll. It's known for its elegance. It's called the barrel roll. Since the 1930s, the barrel roll has been the cornerstone of military flight training worldwide. In the 1940s, Navy and Marine Corps aviators had a few nicknames for the SNJ. It was called the Pilot Maker because of its role as a trainer, or sometimes called the Old Growler due to its distinctive signature sound. But it was often most referred to as a Jaybird. These aircraft were manufactured by North American Aviation in Inglewood, California, and are designated as an SNJ because they were Navy aircraft. The Army Air Corps and later the Air Force had a version designated as the T-6, and again the Canadian Air Force flew the version called the Harvard. There were over 15,500 of these aircraft produced, and they're commonly referred to as the Texans. Most military pilots of the greatest generation received their advanced training in a Texan, and without a doubt, this aircraft played a major role in training of our pilots for both World War II and the Korean conflict. Notice that the formation has changed. Warbird Thunder is what is called in a close trail formation. An aileron roll is a very common maneuver, but rarely flown while in close trail formation. This requires incredible precision and trust because the wing pilot is singularly focused on the lead aircraft. The United States phased the Texan out of military service by the mid-1950s, but service continued for decades in developing countries. The Texan served in at least 63 nations worldwide. It was usually in a training role and occasionally as a light attack aircraft, even as a fighter. The last Texan was retired in 1995 from the South African Air Force, an incredible 60 years of military service. As a matter of fact, the South African Air Force has claimed the T-6 Texan as a national treasure. We're now going to see a line abreast loop. The wing pilot is on the right, and his sole focus is staying in perfected alignment and synchronizing himself with the lead aircraft. Watch as they come side by side in perfect unison. The Warbird Thunder pilot today are Chris C.T. Thomas and Mike callsign Buick Eberhardt. CT is the lead aircraft and resides in Virginia Beach with his wife. He's a third-generation pilot and learned to fly at 17 years of age. With his naval aviator father as his instructor, CT earned flight time flying instructing, towing banners, and also flying charter and freight. He's flown well over 110 different models of aircraft and has been flying for over 37 years. The number 2 pilot, known as the wing pilot, is Buick Eberhardt. He resides with his wife in Miami, Florida. Buick started flying in sailplanes at 14 years old and powered aircraft when he was 17. After graduating from Daniel Webster College, Buick served in the United States Navy for 20 years as an F-14 Tomcat and A-4 Skyhawk pilot. Buick has been an airshow performer in the MiG-17, the A-4 Skyhawk, and the L-39. Both CT and Buick are both airline captain pilots. In from the right, Warbird Thunder. This maneuver is dedicated to the men and women of our military and to the family members that have sacrificed and support them. Paul Gleaton handles Warbird Thunder's maintenance and ground support. Paul is an FAA licensed airframe and power plant mechanic and is also a private pilot. He spent over 30 years as a professional firefighter and paramedic. Paul is also a member of Virginia FEMA Task Force 2, responding to national disasters as an expert in building collapse, confined space, and high-angle rescue. The Texan is both rugged and durable. These SNJs, made in 1942 and 1943 respectively, are over 80 years old. They are equipped with front and rear cockpits with full pilot controls in both seats. Usually the student would sit in the front seat and the instructor in the back seat. The Texan has a maximum speed of 240 miles an hour and a gross weight of 5,300 pounds. It is also powered by a 9-cylinder R1340 radial engine manufactured by Pratt & Whitney. The engine is almost more significant than the aircraft. The Pratt & Whitney Wasp series design was considered revolutionary and has received a Historic Engineering Landmark Award from the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. To transfer the R1340's 600 horsepower into thrust requires a huge propeller. It's a 9 foot in diameter. The occasional bark you hear are the propeller tips approaching supersonic speeds, and occasionally the wingtip or the propeller tips will break the speed of sound. That's that distinctive sound you hear when the aircraft is flying past. You can find Warbird Thunder on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and at their website, warbirdthunder.com. Watch now as they perform the barrel roll. Now the wingman, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got to travel twice as far as the lead pilot. As a matter of fact, the lead pilot is throttling back in that maneuver. The wingman is actually throttling forward just to keep up with him because of the distance he has to cover to stay in formation. That's why what you're seeing here today is so amazing to watch. These two pilots are doing an amazing job with these big World War II fighters staying in that close formation, this close to the ground. Warbird Thunder Air Shows appreciates your support on social media, where you can view great pictures, watch exciting in-flight videos like you saw here today, and often see behind the scenes of what it takes to make an air show team fly. Again, you can find them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or at their website, warbirdthunder.com. All right, get your cameras ready. Here they come from the right, the photo pass. Ladies and gentlemen, Warbird Thunder. Ladies and gentlemen, what did you think of Warbird Thunder? Was that amazing? That was some incredible flying, ladies and gentlemen. I guarantee you, most of us have no idea how much that wingman's got to work. That number 2 guy, because all he's looking at is that lead pilot. He doesn't look at his instruments. He doesn't look at anything inside the cockpit. The only thing he watches is the lead pilot. You got to trust. And to fly that close together, this low to the ground, let me tell you, that took some work. Again, these aircraft are over 5,000 pounds. Takes a lot of muscle, grit, leg power to get these aircraft to dance through the sky like you just saw right there. Absolutely amazing. Phenomenal flying by Warbird Thunder. All right, be sure to make your way to hangar number 2, because coming up At 12 noon today, we're going to have our first Heritage Leadership Forum. This will be an opportunity to meet some people who've had some incredible military careers. You can talk to them, ask them questions, meet them personally. Not only will they share with you some of their experiences and what they've gone through, but you can actually ask questions. You can meet and greet these individuals who have done some amazing things in our armed forces. Again, that's the Heritage Leadership Forum. It gets underway at 2 o'clock in hangar number 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, look high overhead at Air Show Center. You're going to see a big white biplane coming across the sky. In that aircraft is Wing Walker Sam. She's in the front cockpit. Her husband is the rear cockpit. What you're about to see is really, truly amazing. There are not many people doing what you're going to see here today, and that's wing walking, as the aircraft will reposition in our Air Show Center, slow down, way down. Sam's got to reposition herself from the cockpit to the top of the wing. At the controls of the roaring Grumman Agcat biplane is an accomplished aerobatic pilot, Mike Trigvosen. And climbing into position is his wife, the courageous wing walker, Sam. This husband and wife duo are traveling here to Andrews to share their unique performance of precision power and pure inspiration. The aircraft you see is a modified Grumman Agcat designed initially as a crop duster, but has been completely transformed for airshow excellence with a 450 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R95 radial engine, a custom smoke system, and of course, a wing rack on top. Sam says it's the best seat at the air show. In the military, the Grumman G-146 Agcat was primarily used by Hellenic Air Force in Greece, but this Agcat is painted white to pay homage to the 50th Aero Squadron of the 1920s, who flew DH-4 biplanes, which were known for cleaning the skies of German enemy aircraft. After the war, the flyers at Rockwall Field, San Diego, developed a system for mid-air flight refueling between DH-4 biplanes. The first successful aerial refueling occurred in June of 1923 when a DH-4 carrying Lieutenants Virgil Hine and Frank Seinfert passed gasoline through a hose to another DH-4 flying beneath it. These brave crew members used wing walking skills to complete their mission, and that day the United States military secured what remains one of the most significant force multipliers of our air power capabilities, air-to-air refueling. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as they approach show center. Mike pulls back on the stick, and there you can see Sam up on top of the wing. She is going all the way around the inside of that loop. Now, again, you got to remember, her husband, Mike's got a nice windshield there in front of him. He's not really feeling that wind, but Sam sure is. As a matter of fact, some of the maneuvers you'll see here today, she will be facing what we call Category 5 hurricane winds. I kid you not, of 150 miles an hour. Now, if you've ever stuck your head out of a car going about 60 miles an hour, that hurts. It don't feel good. Imagine it at 150 miles an hour. Sam completes one of her favorite maneuvers called the hammerhead. Watch now as they do a nice little aileron roll right across us here at Show Center. Mike follows up with a perfectly executed dynamic reverse. Then, just when you think it can't get any better, here comes the barrel roll. Watch this. Here they come. Watch this, the classic barrel roll. Now again, she's on the top of the wing. I always like this one. Now you see her. Now you don't. Now you see her. And now you don't. All right, give a big wave. Warbird Thunder as they taxi by, ladies and gentlemen. What an incredible aircraft. These beautiful SNJs again from World War II. The wing wrecker on top makes energy management absolutely critical. Every maneuver is carefully calculated for safety, timing, and performance. You know, because aircraft are designed to fly through the air, they're usually designed to be aerodynamic so that they can, again, less wind resistance. But when you've got someone on top of the wing, that really messes up your flight dynamics, and you got to work twice as hard. And Mike has to do some extra duty up there today with Sam on top of the wing. Even though Sam's not very big, don't get me wrong, but she's really creating a lot of drag up there on that top wing. And Mike really has to work to compensate for that. When she's not at air shows, Sam works in the commercial space industry where she makes maneuver recommendations for space science missions as a satellite collision avoidance engineer. She also has served for years in the military and now works as a combat airfield operations air traffic controller for the Air National Guard. Whether it's in space or air traffic control, she says her entire professional career has revolved around risk management. And wing walking is no different. It's a thrilling challenge that requires this duo to identify every failure mode and engineer around it. Watch this, the big barrel roll all the way around. Again, she's on the inside of that roll. Her husband, Mike, is a mechanical engineer and airline pilot who has designed experimental equipment used aboard the International Space Station and has even built rockets designed to go into space. Together, Sam and Mike credit discipline, curiosity, and a shared appreciation of math and science to repeatable success of the high-flying performance that you're seeing here today. Give a big wave to Sam as she goes by. She can see you up there on top of that wing. So how in the world did Sam get started in wing walking? Well, at 22, she dreamed of becoming a pilot, but her entry-level job couldn't cover the high cost of flight training. Determined, she sought a second job and then applied to be a wing walker for a team in Oklahoma. She completed her first season performing in air shows in 2014, and between both jobs and saved enough to cover her flight training. That following spring, she flew every day after work and on the weekends. She earned her pilot's license in just 1 month. There's Sam, give her a wave. Again, that big AdCat modified for the high-performance aerobatics you're seeing here today. Of course, in all this process of wing walking and flying, she just didn't become a pilot. She fell in love with wing walking. Now, as we talked about earlier in the flight, Samantha started off in the cockpit, the front cockpit of this aircraft, and of course the plane can't land with her on that top wing, so she's going to have to reposition herself back down from the top of the wing down to the bottom. Now, into the cockpit. Now, I don't know if any of you saw the latest Mission Impossible music, and Tim Cruise doing all those fancy stunts in those biplanes. Well, he did all those himself, and he said it literally took him out. So you can imagine kind of what Sam is going through up here today, as again, she's having to face those straight line winds, again, up to 150 miles an hour. All right, as she comes by, wave. She's waving to the crowd up there on top of the wing. Give her a big wave back. She can see you. There she is. The knife edge of the photo pass. Again, give us a nice look at Sam on top of the wing of this aircraft. Mike will take the AdCat again, back up into the skies, reposition into the wind, because that way he can slow that aircraft down. Again, because we're talking winds, even when you slow down this aircraft, you're looking at least 80 miles an hour winds blowing across the aircraft. And Sam is repositioning herself in those 80 mile an hour winds back into the front cockpit. Again, this is a Grumman AdCat modified for their performance today. 450 horsepower pulling the aircraft through the skies. If you're wondering about the smoke system that's built on these aircraft they perform here today, this is actually a biodegradable smoke oil that is not harmful to the environment in any way, shape, or form. Might help with a few mosquitoes here and there. And Sam has now repositioned herself back inside the front cockpit. And we're okay to land the AdCat. What a wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the inspiring, unstoppable team of Mike and Sam Tryggvason and their spectacular airplane. This is wing walking. This is teamwork. This is courage in motion. Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was, again, some more time traveling for aviation lovers, as we remember the 1920s and 30s when barnstormers would crisscross the country. These daring young men in their flying machines would wow people because, again, relatively to the time, aviation in the 20s is still a pretty brand new thing to see. You didn't see aircraft flying every day like we do now. And so these young men would fly these biplanes across the country, sell rides, put on little aerobatic demonstration, and of course wing walking became a very popular sport in the 1920s and 30s. And some of these were absolutely amazing feats as they would actually climb between one aircraft and another. They would, well, as a matter of fact, they would simulate playing tennis on top of the wings of a biplane. They had wing walkers on each wingtip. It was really an amazing time in our history. And the AdCat takes us back to those bygone days of the barnstormers of the 1920s and 30s. As always, we want to thank the incredible sponsors of this weekend's air show. Our presenting sponsor is Andrews Federal Credit Union. We appreciate Andrews so much for their support of this weekend's air show. Stop by their tent located at Air Show Center. You can sign up, find out all the information that they have available. Thank you to Andrews Federal Credit Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the B-25 Panchito taking off. Imagine what it must have been like over 80 years ago. 16 of these B-25s on top of an aircraft carrier being pulled across the ocean to attack the Japanese for the first time in their homeland. This is the B-25 medium bomber, one of America's most famous aircraft of World War II, built by North American Aviation, which produced the greatest number of World War II aircraft by far. For the first time, one company produced trainers, bombers, and fighters at the same time. The Mitchell's first flight was in August of 1940, introduced in 1941, and was named in honor of Major General William Billy Mitchell. As a matter of fact, this is the only military aircraft ever named for an individual. He was a pioneer of U.S. military aviation. This aircraft was used by many Allied air forces. The B-25 served in every theater of World War II. When the war ended, many remained in service operating for another 40-plus years. Now watch, ladies and gentlemen. After the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, President Roosevelt got production underway. Imagine what it was like in those early days as 16 B-25s took off from the USS Hornet All of a sudden, for the first time in their history, the continent, the island of Japan, would feel the wrath of the United States Army Air Corps. Bomb bay doors are open. The B-25 Mitchell. Men participated in that first raid against the Japanese. 2 of the men drowned after ditching. 1 died when his parachute manufactured. 8 of them were captured. 3 of these were executed by the Japanese firing squad. 1 died of severe malnutrition. 4, believe it or not, came home at the war's end, victims of torture, solitary confinement for 3.5 years. Look at this pass, ladies and gentlemen. The bomb bay doors open, showing you the business end of the B-25. Fully loaded, the B-25 has 500-pound bombs up to 3,000 pounds worth. Interesting to note that they carry some practice or dummy bombs inside this aircraft, and they have been signed by B-25 combat veterans. The B-25 was widely used for low-level dive bombing missions, especially against Japanese-based naval targets. Watch as Panchito simulates a dive bombing attack on a Japanese warship. The attacking B-25 would strafe the ship as it approached, then drop a 500 or 1,000-pound bomb towards the ship. This was known as skip bombing. They would drop the bomb would actually skip across the water just like a rock and slam into the Japanese naval vessel. Watch as the B-25 attacks from the right. Of course, one of the dangers of skip bombing is the fact that the bomb is moving as fast as your aircraft. So you had to pull up and get out of the way before the bomb hit the ship. You could get caught in your own blast. As a matter of fact, during World War II, 1 Japanese destroyer was known to surrender to a whole squadron of B-25s. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a wave and applause? We got Sam and Mike. Mike taxiing by in that Ad Cat, giving us a close look at that unique aircraft. Sam's going to come up here. We're going to talk to Sam in just a few moments. Watch now as the B-25 approaches from your left. Panchito's crew is now approaching at level bombing run. Watch the bomb bay doors open as she nears show center. The original design of the B-25 was for medium level altitude bombing, but as well described in this pass, crews in the field modified this aircraft with much more potent weapons. As a matter of fact, the B-25 carried one version of the B-25 carried one of the largest weapons in an aircraft. How about a 75-millimeter cannon that had to be hand-loaded? Again, the original mission was a medium bomber. Was mainly for level bombing with machine guns installed only to defeat enemy aircraft. Up to 14 forward-firing machine guns for strafing ground and sea targets were field modifications that were made on the B-25. A very effective weapon at attacking airfields, ships, trains, and convoys. As a matter of fact, the B-25 G and H models could have been really precursors of the A-10 Thunderbolt attack aircraft, because that's exactly what the B-25 did. Watch now. Imagine 4 B-25s approaching a Japanese airfield at treetop height. 335 miles an hour. 50 caliber machine guns blazing. Parafact bombs raining down from the bomb bay on the formation. Pass over the Japanese airfield. Again, up to 14 50 caliber machine guns pointed in one direction. The firepower was absolutely devastating. Again, one of those beautifully restored World War II aircraft, the B-25J. Panchito with us this weekend. We want you to get your cameras ready. as we're going to get ready for the photo pass. This will be a beautiful opportunity to get a great photograph of this iconic aircraft. Your flight crew today, owner Larry Kelly from Ardella Springs, Maryland. Honorary Doolittle Raider, business manager. Our co-pilot is Sabrina Kipp, a Southwest Airlines captain, retired. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. Here she comes, the photo pass, the B-25 Panchito. This beautiful B-25 J. Mitchell bomber, Panchito, is owned and piloted by Larry Kelly. Larry was made an honorary Doolittle Raider by Dick Cole and is now the business manager for the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders Association. The original Panchito was named after the feisty American rooster in Disney's 1944 animated musical, The Three Caballeros. Panchito served as a bomber with the 396th Bomb Squadron, 41st Bomb Group, 7th Air Force, stationed on Okinawa during the hot summer of 1945. Again, get your cameras ready. Our final pass from the B-25 Panchito coming in from the left. This will give you one more opportunity to get a great photo of this iconic aircraft from World War II. This particular aircraft was built in 1944 in Kansas City. Panchito is powered by two 14-cylinder, 2,600 cubic inch radial engines, developing 1,700 horsepower each. Nearly 10,000 B-25s were built during World War II, and approximately 30 survive today, but only about 25 still fly regularly. This aircraft took an 8-year restoration done by Tim Riley and finished in 1986, and what an amazing restoration. Ladies and gentlemen, what'd you think of that little piece of history, the B-25 Panchito? Grab that microphone right. All right, I've got a very special guest with me on the platform, Sam, wing walking Sam. She's up here with me. Sam, welcome. Welcome to Andrews.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute privilege and pleasure to be here at America's Airfield, wing walking with you guys here at Andrews Air Force Base, or pardon me, Joint Base Andrews.
There we go. There we go. Hey, and we've talked about a little bit about, your interest and how you got started in wing walking, but just to let you know, she had a very unique experience yesterday for the first time. Wing walking.
Can anybody hear me? Loud and clear?
All right. I'll let her borrow my microphone. But anyway, Sam, you had a great experience yesterday for the first time, you said, in your wing walking career.
Yeah, we had a unique opportunity here this morning, or yesterday morning, actually. I had my first ever bug strike. Just on my chin there. I don't know if it was one of those lantern flies here. I'm not sure. It certainly got my attention. Was not a flight risk for us. Just got my attention, and we continued with the show. But it certainly made things interesting.
I had to kid her. I said, there's an old wing walking joke we always used to say. You know how you can recognize a happy wing walker? They're the one with bugs in their teeth. And so she had a bug strike yesterday, but she survived it. She made it, and so she's a veteran of a bug strike. Now you can tell them all. But Sam, you guys, I know you're a husband and wife team, so that's pretty unique.
That's right. Yeah, we're actually, not only are we a husband and wife team, we're also my husband is a military spouse, so we like to dedicate our performance to military families out here in the audience. We're so grateful to perform at military bases specifically. I've been in the military in the Air Force for just over pushing 12 years now, now serving in the Oregon Air National Guard as an air traffic controller.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Appreciate your service. Thank you so much. But again, wow. I mean, really, I'm trying to think, how many wing walkers are there really going on in the country right now?
That's a great question. There aren't very many of us. There's probably about 5 of us here in North America. That's like both in Canada and the U.S. here. About 5 of us, and I've had the privilege of wing walking actually with 2 of them on the same airplane.
Wow. Nice. Well, I know that it's got to be an incredible thrill. I mean, now how does it really feel? I mean, that wind really smacking at you. I mean, does it kind of hurt, or what's it really feel like up there?
It is. It's a lot cooler up there than it is here on the ground. We're pushing speeds of about 150 miles an hour at our top speed there at the bottom of the loop. That's close to the Category 5 hurricane force for reference there.
Wow, I know. That's just, I tell people that's got to be, hey, how about a big wave? Panchito taxiing by, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that beautiful B-25. That is gorgeous. They didn't look that good when they came out of the factory. I guarantee you, they have really restored that. You can shave off that plane, man. You can put your makeup on. Look at that. That's how shiny that little plane is. Absolutely amazing. What a beautiful aircraft. Sam, we are so excited for you guys to be here. I know it's a thrill to be here at Andrews Air Force Base. This is just an amazing place. The people are fantastic. The crews and everybody have done an amazing job here. We appreciate you. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you so much. And just quick before I jump down off the trailer here to meet some of the folks in the crowd here, I want everybody to know that at 2 o'clock today, I'm going to be in the STEM hangars. So we'll be there for a Q&A session. If you have any questions about wing walking, I'll be glad to field those for you at 2 o'clock in the STEAM hangars.
That's going to be, you're going to be in hangar number 2? 2? You think so? Oh, that's an honest answer. All right. But she'll be there. You can meet her. As a matter of fact, she'll be walking up and down the show line here in just a few moments. I got autographs, a great souvenir from this weekend's air show. Meet Sam, and a real live wing walker, folks. I mean, again, you're a rare breed. There aren't many of them around. It's not something you hear every day.
Thank you very much, Mike.
I'm Lieutenant Commander Mike Scollett, call sign Longshot. I'm a member of the East Coast Rhino demo team, part of VFA 106 based out of NAS Oceana. We're here with 8 maintainers, 2 F-18 Super Hornets, and then 3 other air crew, and we're excited to perform for you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet high-speed pass.
So what makes the Super Hornet unique at this air show? It's a multi-role aircraft. Think of it like essentially the workhorse of the U.S. Navy. It's capable of doing essentially every mission set that you can think of. So air to surface, dropping bombs, air to air, firing missiles, refueling other aircraft airborne, and also naturally we land on the carrier as part of the U.S. Navy.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the main radius turn.
What can you expect to see out of our show today? We'll start off left to right on takeoff, executing a dirty roll, and then from there you can expect max afterburner to be plugged essentially the whole time. The show will be very tight, within 2 nautical miles of the airfield. Honestly, a big privilege to be part of the team. We get the privilege of representing the U.S. Navy in front of the public, so it means a lot. We're very happy to be here.
Northwest Stadium, please make sure you return to the same drop-off location that you were brought here at, okay? This will help alleviate the long line. So wherever you came in at, that's the place you're going to exit. If you were DOD, If you parked in the DOD, again, you're going to come on the buses between hangars 3 and 4. That's where you got off. That's where you'll go back. So just mental note of that. Wherever you entered from the bus to the ramp area, that is the exact same location you want to go back to. Of course, I always like to remind people the most dangerous part of any air show is going to be your drive home. So always remember, before you leave here today, we're all on the same team. We're all trying to get home, smile and wave, and make sure you buckle up. So again, please be careful when it is time to leave the show today. Please, please be patient. There's a lot of folks out here today. It took us a long time to get you all out here. It'll take us a little bit of time to get you back, but we'll definitely get you back home. Listen, if you haven't stopped by and gotten your premier seating yet, you still have time to do so on the far north end of the ramp. You'll see those blue tents. You can get some flight line seats, some great. I mean, you'll see the chalet area out there in front of those blue tents. You could be sitting out there right now if you'll make your way over to the chalets. They have premier box seatings that you can get tables for 2, 4 people. You got access to food. You've got access to the flight line. You'll get some great views. You need to check that out. That's on the far north end of the ramp area. You'll see the blue tent. Go by there. They'll give you the information on how you can be a part of sitting up there, getting some great seats, and enjoying some close-up views of today's air show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to turn it over right now to the United States Navy's FA-18F Super Hornet demonstration team.
Good afternoon. Football's coming on a little bit later, but before then, we have a show for you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lieutenant Mason Loudon, call sign Scooter McGavin, on behalf of the United States Navy and Strike Fighter Squadron 106. We are proud to present to you the U.S. Navy's Rhino demo team. The demo flight profile you're about to witness highlights the mobility, versatility, and power of the most lethal carrier-based strike fighter aircraft in the world, the F-18 Super Hornet, nicknamed the Rhino. The aircraft performing today is the F model, or the 2-seat variant of the Super Hornet. In today's demonstration, Lieutenant Commander Mike Segala, call sign Longshot from York, Maine, and Lieutenant Wyatt Rudisil, call sign Donkey from Dunkirk, Maryland, will fly the F-18 to the edge of its operating envelope. During the show, aircrew will experience nearly 8 times the force of gravity, accelerate to speeds up to 700 miles an hour, and demonstrates maneuvers being employed by naval aviators around the world, both in training and in combat. On takeoff, approaching from the left, watch as Longshot selects maximum afterburner and executes the F-18 dirty roll to half Cuban 8. Long Shot and Donkey are now setting up for the flat pirouette. Watch as they execute a maximum performance loop away from the crowd and then command the nose through over 540 degrees of turn, all while remaining parallel to the ground. Longshot and Donkey are now setting up for the minimum radius turn and tail stand. With maximum afterburner selected, aircrew will set 90 degrees angle of bank and hold 7.5 Gs for 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, aircrew will perform a maximum performance pull to the vertical, followed by a negative 2G pushover to return to level flight. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the Super Hornet minimum radius turn. Is now setting up for the high-speed pass. During this maneuver, the Rhino will approach SO center at nearly 200 feet and nearly Mach 1, or just under 750 miles an hour. In maximum afterburner, the F-18's two F-414G 400 engines combine to produce over 41,000 pounds of thrust while burning 60,000 pounds of fuel per hour. As a result, you may see white compression vapor being produced around the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound. Let's check in with Donkey on the radio to see how fast they're going.
It's 0.94 Mach 650 knots over the ground. Hello to all my friends out there. 0.96 Mach 650.
They are now in the pull and setting up for the vertical pirouette. Longshot and Donkey will first pull the aircraft into the vertical, then roll the canopy towards the crowd, followed by a negative G pushover to wings level. Aircraft will use the F-18's two digital flight control computers to rotate back to bullseye nose low, all while keeping their canopy pinned to the crowd. This ability to rapidly swap nose position and tail position gives the Super Hornet a distinct advantage in the air-to-air arena. Longshot and Donkey are now setting up for the square loop. As the Super Hornet approaches SO center at 350 miles an hour, Longshot will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a distinct square path through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the square loop. now setting up for the inverted Whisper Pass. Approaching Snow Center at 500 feet, they will reduce the throttles to idle power and roll the aircraft inverted. As they come into focus, note how quiet the aircraft becomes as it passes at nearly 500 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet inverted Whisper Pass. Longshot and Donkey are now setting for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will demonstrate the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. Few other aircraft in the world can attempt a maneuver at such slow speeds and high angles of attack. However, the Rhino's digital flight control computers allow it to remain completely controllable even at less than 110 miles an hour. In a one-to-one air combat arena, this ability to fly slow is at a premium, and it allows the Super Hornet to flush enemy aircraft out in front of it, then to employ follow-on weapons and win the fight. Let's go back into the cockpit for another speed check. All right, Donkey, how slow can you go?
It's 15 Alpha, 120 knots, slowing down. It's 26 Alpha, 100 knots, slowing down. Live shot here from the front seat. Want to give a shout out to my in-laws, Shelly and Alex, thanks for coming out and supporting me. I want to shout out to my beautiful RC League.
In the recovery, Longshot and Donkey will perform a pitch rate demonstration maneuver to showcase the Super Hornet's excellent pitch authority with a brake 90 degrees to the right, followed by an immediate outbound tuck under maneuver. From the right, the Rhino pitch rate demo. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard its floating home. And we take great pride in our unique ability to land aboard at a 100,000-ton U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. To land in an area 1/10 the length of a normal-sized runway, carrier aviators must attach down between 4 wires stretched across the deck of a ship. To do this, we use an optical landing system commonly referred to as a ball. During the final portion of the approach, aircrew and landing signal officers, also known as paddles, work together to get their aircraft safely aboard. Let's listen in on final approach.
Paddles, radio check. Yeah, paddles, set your line clear. Set your line clear on backup. Yeah, paddles, looking 25 over 10 right down the angle. After 45, don't go any higher. Little overshoot. 206, call the ball. 206, run a ball, 5-4. Roger, ball. Little power. You're on, center line. You're on, glide slope. Little power. Power to catch. Bolter, 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 hook skip bolter.
Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. Longshot and Donkey are now setting up for their photo pass. The aircraft will pass show center in a 90-degree angle of bank and at 200 feet in maximum afterburner. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Super Hornet photo pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the F-18 you saw here today is one of many used to train pilot and Wizzos at Strike Fighter Squadron 106, based at Naval Air Station Oceana in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Longshot, Donkey, and myself serve as instructors teaching new aircrew how to fly and tactically employ the Super Hornet. Currently, there are 33 operational Super Hornet squadrons in the Navy defending freedom and democracy around the world. It takes many talented and dedicated young men and women to maintain, fix, and fly these aircraft. Help us thank the entire Rhino Demo maintenance team and our maintenance professionals here at the show. They are ADC Pearson from Havre de Grace, Maryland, AME-2 Day from Dallas, Texas, AT-1 Delp from Germantown, Maryland, 82 DeJong from Lakewood, California, AT-2 Gray from Douglas, Georgia, AE-2 Sassnet from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, AME-2 Singleton from Jacksonville, Florida, and AO-2 Monk from Naugatuck, Connecticut. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire United States Navy, we thank you for allowing us to demonstrate the capabilities of the F-18 Super Hornet. If you're interested in meeting the aircrew, checking out our merchandise, or learning more about naval aviation, please visit our tent located just on the other side of the F-35s.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about another big round of applause for your FA-18 Rhino demonstration? Little Top Gun out there going on. Thank you guys for bringing the jet in. Always a pleasure working with you guys. It's an amazing piece of equipment out there, and you got a chance to see it up close and personal. Hope you enjoyed that. We've got more to go. Oh, yeah, we got more history getting ready to take to the skies. We have the Warbird flight, the C-47 and the P-40. Aaron Delu and the Extra 330. RJ Gritter and the Decathlon. We've got the United States Air Force C-17A Globemaster 3 demonstration still on the way. Michael Gullion in the EA-330. Some more high-performance precision aerobatics. We're talking crisp, clean. You could, you could probably cut a piece of paper on how smooth and how quick Michael flies. Been an air show pilot for over 25 years. You'll see why. More history will take to the sky. Yes, Greg Collier will take the T-33 he calls Ace Maker into the skies. This will be an aircraft again, gives us more history, more look at the past, as this was the first jet trainer ever developed. Up to that time, we had done jet fighters. We had never done a jet trainer. It was kind of like, hey, we got to be able to train these guys to fly jet aircraft, so we might want to build a trainer. Well, they did. They took the P-80 Shooting Star, which was one of the first operational jet fighters, and then modified it by strengthening the fuselage, adding an extra seat, and being able to train these up-and-coming jet fighters. And you're going to get a chance to see one of these historic aircraft in the skies, the T-33 Lockheed Shooting Star. And, of course, still to come, ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Thunderbirds. A lot of excitement still to go at the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. Lifting into the skies, ladies and gentlemen, the iconic P-40 Warhawk, and on the takeoff roll, the C-47. These aircraft you see flying here today came from the American Airpower Museum. For over 90 years, the current home of the American Airpower Museum at Republic Airport was established as Fairchild Flying Field, and its aircraft manufacturing added a Farmingdale airfield to the long legacy of people and places. All right, get your cameras ready, get up close and personal as the FA-18 crew taxis by. The Rhino demonstration team, look at this incredible piece of machinery here, ladies and gentlemen. Today, no American aviation museum with such a unique squadron of operational Warbird aircraft has a more appropriate setting for its home. On display in and around the same hangars and flying off the very runways that dispatch Thunderbolts and the United States Air Force's premier jet fighter bombers of their era into service. This legendary setting allows the public to be immersed in the history of aviation, like you're seeing here right there with the P-40 Warhawk. Inbound from your right, the C-47. Flown this weekend in honor of the 75th anniversary of the service and sacrifice of the crews of the 9th Troop Carrier Command and painted in the markings of D-8, flown by the 439th Troop Carrier Group on D-Day in June of 1944. And you'll see those unique black and white stripes painted on that aircraft on the fuselage and wing. These were indicative of aircraft that were Allied aircraft during World War II, during the Normandy invasion. These aircraft were painted with these black and white stripes so they could be quickly identified as Allied aircraft. There were so many aircraft in the air at one time, it was hard to know, are they friend or foe? So that's what these black and white stripes represent. The aircraft also pays tribute to the men of the 101st and 82nd Airborne, who on the night of June 5th and 6th, 1944, jumped from C-47s just like this one during the initial Operation Neptune assault, which began the larger D-Day invasion known as Operation Overlord 77 years ago. From the right, ladies and gentlemen, the P-40 Warhawk. The legendary Curtiss P-40 Warhawk fighter was manufactured by Curtiss Wright Company in Buffalo, New York, through its entire production run from 1939 until 1944. It first flew in 1938, an improvement of the Curtiss P-36. The P-40 was one of the first fighters to incorporate an inline liquid-cooled V-12 motor. Coming in from your right, once again, the C-47. This C-47B was produced in 1944 and delivered to the United States Army Air Force, but it would be transferred to the RAF after its arrival in England in April of 1945. This aircraft, with the RAF through 1949, And records and photographs document it participated in the Berlin airlift as well. Just like the C-54, the large silver engine, the large silver aircraft with 4 engines, the red stripes on the tail. Again, that type of aircraft participated in the Berlin airlift. This C-47 did as well. This aircraft would also see combat in the 1950s in the Indochina War while in service for the French Air Force in Vietnam. It would eventually see its longest military service in the Israeli Air Force and was only retired finally in 1996. The C-47, again, one of the most iconic aircraft from World War II, as many of these planes are still flying all around the world. It's just such a reliable airframe. It's been versatile. Again, one of these aircraft that can land in literally any condition. As a matter of fact, there is a modification of the C-47 that puts turboprop engines on it and replacing the radial engines. The airframe is redone in 0 time, so it's literally a brand new aircraft. Looks like a C-47, basically is, or a DC-3, but it has turboprop engines, and they are going strong. So again, this is one aircraft that just refuses to go into history. This C-47 was acquired by the American Airpower Museum in the early 2000s. It became a regular on the air show circuit. It's also been featured on several TV shows, such as ABC's Pan Am, NBC's Blacklist, and CBS's Bull and Madam Secretary. This aircraft is honored to have flown real-life Band of Brothers 101st Airborne veterans. Today, it is the showcase for this unique Living History Ride program where you can purchase a flight on board and be immersed in the life of the 101st Airborne Paratroopers on D-Day. Living historians take you on a journey back in time during the flight program. Again, we want to remind everyone, when it's time to leave, just make mental note of this. Wherever you came off the bus at, that is the area you go back to get on the bus to go home. So if you came from the stadium, you'll make your way to the north end of the ramp, just where you came in at. So make a mental note of that. Where you came in is where the buses will pick you up and take you back to your vehicles. It really is amazing, ladies and gentlemen, to watch these incredible aircraft from World War II. We're talking 80 years old plus. You just can't run down to your local Napa airplane parts store and pick up parts for some of these aircraft. It literally takes hours of dedicated work, sometimes to remanufacture some of these parts to keep these legendary aircraft in the air so that future generations like myself and many others can appreciate these aircraft. Museums are wonderful. I love museums. I'm glad we have museums. But there's nothing like watching these aircraft do what they were designed to do, and that's to fly, and to continue on their legacy and the history that these incredible aircraft represent. The greatest generation, when America rose up literally in only 3.5 years and defeated the Axis powers that were trying to take over this planet. It's an amazing time in our history because America didn't really enter the war until after the attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941. But the war had been going on since September of 1939. So really, what this country did in only 3.5 years was phenomenal. We went from a 14th rated Air Force. That means we were 14th down on the list, whereas 13 other nations that had bigger air forces than we did. We became the superpower that you see today, literally in only 3.5 years. It was an amazing time in our history, something that we should all be able to look back on with great pride and realize that when we do come together, Americans can accomplish anything. We do remind you, coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon at hangar number 2, the United States Air Force's Honor Guard drill team will be performing. If you love to watch the precision of the Honor Guard drill team, they're amazing to watch. The coordination is phenomenal. It is really something to behold. They're going to be performing today at 2 o'clock. The United States Air Force Honor Guard drill team at hangar number 2. Then coming up at 2:30 in hangar number 2, the United States Air Force.
This will be the one.
I'm Aaron Daly from Australia, and I'm about to tear up the sky. Are you ready? JB Andrews is such an amazing airshow. I can't believe that an Australian boy was invited to fly here. I never fly the same show twice. I have multiple different variations of shows, and I cater for the audience. And this is a special audience. We're talking Washington, D.C., the capital. So I've got a very special show planned. My most favorite part of the show is actually the interaction and the connection. So during my flying, I talk on the radio. You're going to be hearing me grunting, tensing, handling and pushing through the G's, whether it's negative or positive, and also during some crazy maneuvers like the boomerang. It's going to be wild. Such an honor and privilege to be flying in the capital of the US of A. Let's bring it.
The Air Force is like a great boxer. When you've got a bad guy considering doing bad actions, the Air Force is the most responsive. So we got the ability to pop the jab. But if not, we're already back in fighting stance. And you know what? We haven't committed hundreds of thousands of forces over there getting entangled in something that may take us years to get out of and loss of blood and treasure. If it's fighting with a joint force, we take a lot of them there if they got to get fast. That's what your Air Force does. So we can take it across the entire spectrum. Your Air Force provides that opportunity without the escalation threat. That's what air power does. And oh, by the way, if that didn't convince them, we got another jab, we got the hook, we got the uppercut, we got the right cross, and we got the frickin' haymaker. More options for the president. Everything from rapid response all the way to decisive victory. That is what air power, anytime, anywhere means. The one thing we can never lose sight of is the fact that Americans keep signing up saying they want to join the team. And the team that is the United States Air Force continues to be the best in the world. They show up every day. They do what they're asked. They do it with excellence. They do it in a way that makes us all proud. This is one Air Force. This is more Air Force. This is your Air Force.
the radar just lit up.
Stand by, I won't be able to talk to you. We're 1 minute to impact.
Launch to survive and defend the base.
At that point, we were in an hour-long fight, just trying to kill whatever we could.
Get the green light to take off. So this is another normal night mission, just like any other.
And we were out there for a couple hours with no real calm about anything having actually happened, so we thought, all right, maybe it's like off.
Boards gets the first lock, and boy, he does exactly what he was taught and shot within about 20 seconds to get in that lock.
All right, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be the first one in my formation, and I'm by far the least experienced. I'm going to give someone else a chance to tell me not to before I do it. So I was like, hey, we're targeted. No one said anything. I was like, all right, we get a little closer.
Yep, there goes the missile. All right, boys, here we go.
That's a drone. And then the radar gets another and another. It fills. It's all attack drones.
I would just say drone there, and then shoot. Missile would come off the rail. Drone destroyed. Next. 8 engagements, and then it was like, wow, that happened fast.
The ground is on fire right now. You could see every single one of the drones where they hit.
And that just took about 45 minutes to shoot all of the missiles that we could off of that force ship before we had to come home out of missiles and try and get some more to go back up.
300 weapons were fired at a target man. 6 of them hit. No one died.
This is way, way bigger than me just shooting missiles at drones. This is defense of our coalition partners.
We got to be part of a thing that was meaningful and had an impact.
Major Sierra Kelly from Colorado Springs, Colorado is the aircraft commander and pilot flying for today's demonstration. She is joined by pilots Major Darren Gelson, callsign Slick, from Guilford, Connecticut, and Major Eddie Duvall, callsign Deacon, from Denver, Colorado. Our loadmaster for today's demonstration is Staff Sergeant Jacker Mamolia from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are based at Joint Base Charleston, South Carolina. This highly experienced crew has a combined total of over 10,000 flight hours, with 12 deployments in support of combat and humanitarian missions throughout the world. The C-17, affectionately known as the Moose, was responsible for airlifting the majority of over 120,000 evacuees from Afghanistan during Operation Allies Refuge. In addition to their combat deployments, members of the crew are uniquely qualified to conduct specialized night, low-level, and high-altitude operations in contested environments in support of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and President of the United States Special Operations.
Hi, I'm Major Sierra Kelly with the C-17 East Coast Demo Team. So the C-17 is just awesome. It's definitely just the workhorse of Air Mobility Command, and we can go really long strategic airlift, we can fly into tactical objectives, stop on really short fields, airdrop, air refuel, air land. C-17 can pretty much do it all. It's the most exciting plane to fly because we go the farthest, we can be anywhere in about less than 24 hours, you can be anywhere in the world. As big as it is, it's still really maneuverable, really fun to fly, really tactical. So we'll do 45 degrees of bank. The best thing we do, I think, is our short field landing. We'll land in less than about 3,500 feet, and then we'll go straight into a backing. So we'll deploy our thrust reversers and start backing up, which is probably the crowd's favorite thing to watch. The camaraderie is awesome. It's great in an airlift squadron, and just any time we're taking a small team out on the road. Usually we're on the road with 5 or 6 people at a time, and you get really close to those people while you're on a mission, and everyone has a really important role, and everyone understands that the whole mission doesn't happen without every member of the team. So that's probably the best part about working at an air show, is just getting to interact with the crowd and people who love airplanes and love seeing people fly. My favorite part is obviously talking to little kids and just hoping to inspire them to, maybe serve their country one day or be excited to fly. And then, just people of all ages, everybody loves an airplane, everybody loves an air show. So it's cool to just get out there and talk to the public and be excited about what we're doing. This is the first time that this crew specifically is getting to do the Andrews Air Show. We're really excited to be here in the nation's capital, and it's just going to be awesome. Put on a really great show. There's a great lineup. I'm excited to go watch as well as interact with all the other performers. So Andrews' hospitality team has been really great, and we're just really excited for some good weather and good shows this weekend.
I mentioned earlier the longest airdrop mission in history. In 1998, 8 C-17s departed the U.S., flying over 8,000 nautical miles to Central Asia to airdrop troops and equipment. The mission lasted over 19 hours and delivered critical supplies and troops to the region. Also in 1998, the C-17 airlifted Keiko, the Orca from the movie Free Willy, right from Charleston, in a specialized tank from Oregon to Iceland to return the whale to its native waters. Because of the heavy load and short remote runway in Iceland, the C-17 was the only aircraft that could perform this mission to return Keiko to the wild. While the C-17 is best known for airlifting cargo and passengers, it can also function as a flying hospital for up to 74 wounded patients. Specialized medical teams are able to use ample space in the cargo compartment to care for wounded passengers while transporting them to higher-level medical facilities. Approaching from your right, the aircraft will perform a slow-speed pass. During the pass, please notice the wing leading-edge slats and large powered lift wing flaps. A unique feature of the C-17 is the flaps extend to the exhaust of the engines, which generates lift, allowing it for slow final approach speeds. Slow approach speeds enable this aircraft to land and stop in very short distances. Later in the demonstration, you'll see our skilled pilots land this aircraft in less than 2,000 feet. To put that in perspective, the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool is 2,000 feet long, so the C-17 could easily land with room to spare. Get your cameras ready, as this will be your best opportunity to take photos of this amazing state-of-the-art machine. Coming in from your right. Those of us in the military could not do our jobs without the love and support of our family and friends. Today in our audience, we'd like to dedicate our demonstration to the family and friends of our East Coast demonstration team and all United States military members and their families. Aircrew and maintainers of the C-17 affectionately refer to it as the Moose because of the Moose call sound the fuel vents make when refueling the aircraft. In case you're wondering how big the C-17 is, it's about 170 feet long, 75 feet long. The wingspan is roughly 170 feet. The tail is over 5 stories tall, and fully loaded, it weighs over 580,000 pounds. It can carry helicopters, small planes, and even an M1 Abrams tank. While the C-17 carries a large amount of military equipment, it also delivers rapid humanitarian aid and response to people in need. When Hurricane Irma hit the Florida Keys and Puerto Rico in 2016, C-17s were among the first aircraft to land in both locations, delivering critical supplies and rescue personnel to assist in recovery efforts. As the aircraft approaches from your left, please notice the upturned wingtips or winglets. These decrease aerodynamic drag and increase fuel economy. To give you a better idea of the aircraft's overall size, the winglets are nearly 9 feet tall. The C-17 will now maneuver for a circle over the airfield, showing its ability to fly at slow speeds and demonstrate its advanced aerodynamics in action. Ladies and gentlemen, bear with us right now. As you know, ops never stops. The C-17 is now in a hold as we do have a medical evacuation happening and looking at our aircraft helping out with that. In the military, we couldn't fly without our amazing maintainers who do hard work every single day and night. Our flying crew chiefs for this weekend are Senior Airman Traylon Jeribo and Senior Airman Will Installis. If you see them in the crowd, please give them a huge round of applause. The C-17 was designed with maintenance support personnel in mind, so it takes less time and fewer people to keep it flying. The major system components are located eye level and have easy open panels, making the aircraft very simple to maintain. In addition, the aircraft has multiple backup systems which increase overall reliability rates. The stellar design of the C-17 fleet allows for continuous operations throughout the world in various environments. The heads-up displays, or HUDs, that the pilots use is a quantum leap forward in airlift cockpit design. All the information needed to fly the aircraft is displayed on 2 glass plates in front of the pilot's eyes. This allows the pilots to fly in any weather conditions without constantly looking inside the aircraft to monitor instruments. This component increases the ability to land in marginal weather conditions and with maximum payloads. The slow flying characteristics of this aircraft are critical for successful airdrop of personnel and equipment. 102 troops can jump out of the C-17 in about 45 seconds, using 2 troop doors located at the side of the aircraft. Most paratroopers prefer the C-17 over other aircraft because of the space, air conditioning, and a smooth jump experience. Coming in back from our left, we are resuming our demonstration. C-17 will maneuver for that 360 over the airfield, demonstrating its slow flight capabilities. Give it up for your C-17 East Coast demonstration team. For equipment, the aircraft can airdrop pickup trucks, Humvees, road graders, boats, and even NASA rockets. In 2010, the C-17 dropped a 77,000-pound platform to test the recovery parachutes for NASA's Ares 1 launch vehicle's solid rocket boosters. To put in that perspective, that's the weight of about 6 elephants extracted from the aircraft. As you can see, the C-17 extremely maneuverable at high and low speeds, making it easy to operate in any tactical situation. Some more interesting facts about the C-17 Globemaster III. We are the only aircraft in the world able to deploy thrust reversers in flight, achieving 15 to 20,000 feet per minute descent rates or rapidly slow in level flight. Our aircraft can fly anywhere in the world non-stop using its air-to-air refueling capability. Air Force personnel routinely fly 24-hour missions with a single crew. The most basic crew complement required to operate a C-17 is 2 pilots and 1 loadmaster. The heavy-duty landing gear allows it to land on surfaces such as cement, sand, dirt, and even ice. As a result of this, C-17s have been in over 180 countries and every continent in the world since production began. All Air Force C-17 crew members are also trained in the use of night vision goggles or NVGs, allowing them to operate while in unlit, austere locations around the globe. As the crew makes their final approach, the aircraft will be flying at just under 120 miles per hour. They are simulating arrival into a shortened airfield where hostile forces are present. This versatile tactic allows the C-17 to operate at over 6,000 more airfields worldwide than a commercial wide-body aircraft. After landing, the crew will demonstrate another unique feature of the aircraft, the ability to back up under its own power. This gives the aircraft increased maneuverability on the ground and the capability to operate at smaller, unsupported airfields. Give it up for your C-17 East Coast demonstration team. Give it up for Staff Sergeant Stacker Marmolia as she conducts the aircraft backwards on the runway. All the maneuvers you've seen here today are examples of those flown by our operational air crews on a regular basis, as they provide the highly responsive and flexible airlift capability for America. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to the top of the aircraft, you have Eddie Deacon Duval. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's demonstration. On behalf of the men and women of the United States Air Force, Air Mobility Command, and Joint Base Charleston, we thank you for being with us today. And we hope you enjoyed this brief look at the C-17 Globemaster III, the United States Air Force's core airlifter and workhorse, which will continue to provide rapid global mobility for America today, tomorrow, and well into the 21st century. Mike, back to you.
Thank you, Chuck. Great job as always. What a great demonstration. Did you enjoy that, ladies and gentlemen? What you think of the C-17, huh? What an amazing aircraft. Wow. I'll tell you, I love air shows. I never get tired of it because you get to see some of the most incredible pilots and incredible planes anywhere in the world. And this weekend here at Joint Base Andrews is no exception, as this has just been an amazing weekend. And we still got more to go. We're not done yet. Coming up in just a few moments, we'll have a departure from the 89th Airlift Wing. A couple of aircraft getting ready to take off. These are C-32As. These are the aircraft that will carry diplomats all around the world, right here from Andrews Air Force Base. They can also be used as backup aircraft, such as what you're seeing here today. Again, the only place you'll see these aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, is right here at Andrews Air Force Base, or if you're lucky just to have to be in an airport where these planes have landed. But this is where they operate out of. This is where it takes place. This is why this is such a busy airport and a busy air base, because of everything that goes on out here. And that's why I just want to take a few moments to take my hat off to the amazing men and women of Andrews Air Force Base. You guys have done an amazing job this weekend. You have a full slate on your plate before you wake up in the morning, and it's full when you go to bed at night. But yet they had time to put this all together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big round of applause to the staff and personnel here at Andrews Air Force Base. What an amazing job they do 24/7. Still to come, Michael Gullion and the EA-330. This is, again, more high-performance aerobatics. This is going to rock your socks off. Mike is what we call one of our senior airmen. He's been doing this for over 25.
For this year's air show, most excited to see the Hueys flying overhead. What I love is seeing the aircraft that I fly doing good stuff and making a difference. I connect to the theme of legacy based on my father. He was in the military up until about 1983, did a 23-year career, and he ended up becoming a navigator on the EC-47. He was deployed to Vietnam during the Vietnam War several times, and he ended up getting shot down almost on his last mission for his second tour. It's honestly something that I didn't realize at the time, but when I joined the military, I ended up basically doing the same job as him. And then as luck would have it, I ended up getting into the personnel recovery world as a code of conduct instructor, and then I ended up on the same airframe that ended up picking him up in Vietnam, and I still fly Vietnam era aircraft to this day. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
Come here. When they come flying into the country, they come here. When the president, vice president, or any of the joint chiefs or anyone needs to get out of the United States or around the United States, they come here. That's why this air base is so busy and so vital to the mission that that the president portrays all around the world. And this is the airport, ladies and gentlemen. This is the air base, Andrews Air Base, that's making such an incredible difference each and every day. And again, our hats off to all the hardworking personnel out here, because again, they've got a lot to do before an air show, let alone during one. So thank you guys. Airshow operational and announcing services are provided to the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show by David Schultz Air Shows of Clearfield, Pennsylvania. This event marks the 36th event of a busy 2025 air show season that will see the company support over 50 aviation events all across the United States. From Naval Air Station, Corpus Christi, Texas, to March Air Reserve Base, California, and from the Wildwood Beachfront, New Jersey, to Safford, Arizona, David Schultz Air Shows provides the very best in aviation productions, operations, and announcing to military and civilian venues across North America. For more information on David Schultz Air Shows, please look at their award-winning website, schultzairshows.com, and you can follow us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. The Golden Knights taking off in the C-147. They're going to perform for us again. It has been so awesome to have them here with us this weekend. They've done an incredible job, and we've still got one more mission to go for this weekend. Still to come, Michael Goulian in the EA330. Again, some incredible high-performance aerobatics. If you haven't had a stop by their trailer yet, you need to check that out. That is pretty cool. You'll see the black semi-tractor trailer with the big gold and black trailer that says aviation right across the top of it. Over here by hangar number 4. If you want to get a flight simulator ride, you can do it. You can get in the cockpit and feel kind of what it would be like to be an aerobatic pilot. If you've never flown aerobatics before, this might be a unique opportunity for you, but you actually get inside the simulator, fly the aircraft like you do.
Hi, I'm Michael Goulian. I'm an airshow pilot, and I fly this awesome Extra 330. Airshow flying is my life. I actually learned to fly and solo in an airplane before I could drive a car legally. So I've been flying for more than 35 years, and I've been flying air shows for almost 30 years. People think about my airplane, they think about a Formula One car in the sky. One seat, all carbon fiber, tumbling end over end, backwards, 300 miles an hour, and it is an exercise and rock and roll show in the sky. I think what separates my air show from a lot of the others, whether it's a Warbird or a military airplane, is the maneuverability of this airplane, right? The Extra 330, it is meant to fly the most extreme maneuvers and impress crowds all around the world, and that's the job that I have here this weekend. The cool thing for me is when somebody watches me, you can see the precision and the fine-tuning of all of the career that I've had, getting coached, being competitive, flying right on a razor's edge, yet making the airplane tumble end over end, backwards. So we're doing some of that crazy air show flying, but to an untrained audience, they can see that this person is in control of this airplane every single second it's in the air. When you're at an air show or a base like Andrews Air Force Base, you feed off the energy that the crowd has. I can see the crowd down there. I'm a proud American. I can't believe that I'm here at Andrews. This is my 3rd time here, and it's just one of those special pinch me moment weekends that you get when you're an air show pilot.
2 to get back where you are parking. So remember, if you came in on the north side, go back to the north side. If you came from the DOD parking, you'll go between hangars 3 and 4. So just make a mental note where you got off the bus. That's the direction you want to go back to get you back home. United States Army Golden Knights, a demonstration team and competition parachute team representing the United States Army. Their mission is to connect to the American people with the Army through parachute demonstrations, competitions, and other events. They're one of 3 Department of Defense sanctioned aerial demonstration teams, along with the Navy's Blue Angels and the Air Force's Thunderbirds. The team is composed of around 95 men and women, including parachute units, an aviation unit, and headquarters. Aspiring Golden Knights undergo a rigorous selection process, including a 6-week course with numerous freefall jumps, technical training, and public speaking exercises. The Golden Knights were formed in 1959 and gained their name in 1962 for their winning record. They're based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Great to have them here this weekend with us. We're making them work this weekend, from our opening ceremonies to mass jumps. Well, we don't get these streamers very often to land right on top of us, but we did. These are crate paper streamers. So, again, they're not going to hurt you if they land on you. Again, more exciting action coming your way as we've got Michael Goulian in the EA-330 still to come. Greg Collier in the T-33 Acemaker. And, of course, your United States Air Force Thunderbirds. Anybody want to watch the Thunderbirds today? Anybody? Out of curiosity? You curious? Got a few of you excited? All right. Great to have them with us this weekend. An amazing weekend we've had so far. We hope you're having a wonderful time. Again, we want to remind everyone, please, please, please drink a lot of fluid, okay? You need water, you need refreshment.
This year I'm most excited for the old generation of aircraft, P-51, old style aircraft that gave birth to the Air Force. This year's theme is legacy. For me, the connection for that is I am the youngest out of 4 brothers. My father and his father served in the military. His father was in Korea. My father himself was in the Cold War era in Berlin when the wall fell. And the next generation, my brother, he was in Iraq, and the next one was cybersecurity. My brother, who is currently still serving in the UK, and then myself. For me, it's just being proud, My family, we've given literally blood, sweat, and tears to the country, help out, support just the country and everything else around us. Just do what we can to help and protect the Constitution of the United States. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
Yourself. Put some water in you. Be careful out there. Make sure you have sunscreen on. And again, in just a few moments, again, when the Thunderbirds get ready to take off, we do remind you that will be your final earplug warning alert for the day. If you don't have earplugs, you need to get you some. Again, it gets noisy around here. So if you don't have earplugs, make sure you get some before the Thunderbirds take off today. An absolutely perfect weekend, ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. And, of course, we've got some incredible sponsors that make this air show a reality. Thank you to Andrews Federal Credit Union, our premier sponsor for this weekend's air show. Andrews Federal Credit Union, amazing people doing an amazing job. If you'd like to find out more, get information about the services that are available from Andrews Federal Credit Union, stop by their pop-up tent located right in the middle of the show center line. Right here at Show Center. You can't miss it, the blue pop-up tent. Stop by. They'll be glad to answer any of your questions you might have about Andrews Federal Credit Union. Again, thank you, Andrews, for your great support from this weekend's air show. We want to say a big thank you to United Airlines and Vacation Village, two more great sponsors of this weekend's air show, and AFA, amazing. Thank you, guys. If you do business with any of these companies, Andrews Federal Credit Union, AFA, United Airlines, or Vacation Village, please tell them thank you for their support of this weekend's air show. We appreciate them so much, and we can't do without them. Again, no Bucks, no Buck Rogers. The next performer literally wrote the book on aerobatic flying. He's been flying air shows around North America for over 25 years and has been flying since he could drive. What you're about to see is the ultimate display of intensity, precision, and That's flying, man. That is flying right there. I tell you, I don't know. You know, it reminds me of that old joke we always just say, man, I'd have thrown up, but I had no idea which way was up. Man, after watching that flying, that's absolutely amazing. Now you know why this man is a master. Been flying air shows for over 25 years. Amazing job. Great to have Michael Goulian with us. And, wow, what can we say? It's just too much fun to watch. But we still got more to come. We got the United States Army Golden Knights and their full demonstration. We got the Ace Maker, the T-33. A great call. You're going to be flying that classic aircraft as another classic taking off, ladies and gentlemen, the C-47. C-47 painted up again in the markings of the Normandy invasion, those black and white stripes painted on Allied aircraft so we could quickly recognize who was who. Hey, Mike's taxiing out here in front of the crowd. Give him a big wave as he comes by. Mr. Michael Goulian. What an amazing performance, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big wave as he comes by. Again, that aircraft just looks fast sitting there on the ground. Great to have Michael Goulian this weekend. And again, if you want a little taste of what it's like to be an aerobatic pilot, stop by his trailer located over here by hangar number 4. You'll see the large black semi-tractor trailer with the big trailer loaded behind it. You see aviation written across the top. Can't miss it. It's got Michael Goulian's mugshot on there. Stop by there. You can get in that simulator, kind of get a feel of what it's like to be an air show pilot. Plus, they got some great stuff you can pick up as well. They'll sell you stuff. I mean, we'll sell you some stuff. Absolutely. And you'll get that simulator ride. It'll be a great memory from this weekend's air show. Stop by. Again, it's the large semi-tractor trailer park near hangar number 4. Again, we want to remind you, coming up at 2 o'clock, if you haven't made your plans, you're going to want to check out the United States Air Force Honor Guard Drill Team. That's coming up at 2 o'clock, hangar number 2.
My great-grandfather served in the Army during World War I out in France. So when Germany cut the phone lines between the American forces and the French forces, he basically was constantly crossing German lines to connect the communication lines. Seeing like all of what he did during his time, like in fighting an actual war, like he did something, and like I'm doing something now, but like it's different, but it's similar. I don't know. It's just kind of exciting to know that I do have like family out there that also served. The thing I'm most excited to see for the air show is the F-35 demonstrations. I just find it interesting because it is like the newest fighter that the Air Force has. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go with the United States Army Golden Knights.
From the early days of flight to the first step on the moon, man has relied extensively on a small deceleration device known as the parachute. Created initially to save a pilot's life as he jumped from his disabled aircraft, parachuting has evolved through modern aviation technology to become the extreme sport of the 21st century. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sergeant Clarissa Smith, originally from Rochester, New York. And it has been my proud honor to fly in our national POW MIA flag on this, my 735th Freefall parachute jump. I will describe for you today a demonstration of precision freefall as performed by members of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. At this time, members of the black demonstration team are circling high overhead in our distinctively painted C-147 aircraft at an altitude of 10,000 feet. The jump master is actually looking out the left door of the aircraft. His head is outside in the wind and the cold. Through a series of hand and arm signals, he is relaying heading corrections to the pilot, maneuvering the aircraft to a precise exit point for the jumpers. Watch closely as you may see the nose of the aircraft move slightly left or right in response to the steering instructions. The aircraft has been slowed to a safe exit speed of 120 miles per hour, the same speed as a free fall parachutist at terminal velocity. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have two jumpers in free fall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. These jumpers glide their bodies apart to gain separation, using their hands, arms, legs, and shoulders as flight controls. Once the jumpers turn to face each other, they will prepare for the baton exchange. They now fly together, forming 120 mile per hour spirals in the sky. Watch momentarily for them to separate and deploy their main parachutes. And there you have the high-flying black and gold of your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights. Mr. Charlie Hillard, former team leader of the Eagles Aerobatics team, and parachute manufacturer Mr. Steve Snyder exchanged the first baton in 1958. It was then believed that two jumpers in freefall could not possibly make contact. The parachutes used by the Golden Knights are flexible wing gliders. Constructed of a lightweight ripstop nylon, these parachutes have an inherent forward airspeed of 22 miles per hour. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line. To turn right, the jumper pulls down on the right steering line. And as jumpers near the ground, they pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. The trails of smoke each jumper leaves in the sky are created by two M18 red smoke canisters, which emit a continuous stream of smoke for up to 90 seconds. The jumper attaches these to one foot with a specially designed bracket and then ties the activation pins to a lanyard. By pulling on this lanyard, he can ignite his smoke immediately upon exiting the aircraft, well in free fall, or under canopy. Each year, the Golden Knights fly south for the winter to conduct 2 months of intensive training in Homestead, Florida. During this time, thousands of cumulative free fall jumps are executed to prepare jumpers from everything, from high-speed maneuvers to mass formations, and from night operations to pinpoint canopy piloting accuracy. Jumpers hone their skills to prepare for any tricky situation the upcoming air show season might bring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look again high overhead, our distinctively painted C-147 aircraft is inbound for the second pass of today's performance. On this next pass, you will see the dramatic cutaway maneuver. This is our only solo maneuver, yet one of our most exciting. The pilots who fly the team aircraft have the same degree of teamwork, dedication, and excellence as the jumpers. The C-147 used by the Golden Knights is a medium-range twin turboprop cargo plane, which is modified for jump use. It has one large door in the rear, which can be opened during flight. It is pressurized for comfort during travel from Fort Bragg to various locations throughout the country. The jumper is out and the smoke is on. This jumper is wearing 3 parachutes instead of the 2 we normally wear. She will open her first parachute much higher than normal and intentionally cause it to malfunction. Please do not be alarmed when this first parachute begins to streamer. There is absolutely no danger to the jumper. Watch momentarily for a black and gold canopy to inflate. This is a perfectly good parachute and can be landed. However, the jumper will reach up and release one side of the parachute, causing it to malfunction. The jumper is now accelerating earthward at speeds in excess of 90 miles per hour. It will be impossible for this jumper to survive a landing under this parachute, so she must release it completely, return to freefall, and open her main parachute. And there you have the cutaway maneuver of the United States Army Golden Knights. The reserve or auxiliary parachute used by the Golden Knights is similar to this flexible wing glider you see now. However, there are some differences. It is white in color and it is slightly smaller in wing surface area with a much greater forward airspeed of up to 30 miles per hour. This enables the jumper to make it back into any tight situation, such as a downtown intersection or major league stadium. The release parachute you see floating earthward will be recovered, untangled, and hooked up to use again. If it does float toward you, please do not attempt to catch or retrieve it. Our recovery team is on its way. Unlike the military jet teams, United States Army parachute team is comprised mostly of non-commissioned officers. The 89 men and women of the Golden Knights come from various jobs throughout the Army to spend 3 years on one of the 5 major sections of the team. Our administrative support section contains the Office of the Command, Parachute Maintenance, Media Relations, and Operations. Our tandem section provides tandem parachute jumps to selected VIPs. Our competition section consists of 3 teams: the 4-way freefall formation team, the canopy piloting team, and the canopy relative work team. Our aviation section flies and maintains our 2 C-147-8 aircraft and our 3 UV-18 Viking Twin Otters. Finally, our demonstration section consists of 2 sections, and since the colors of the Army are black and gold, so are the names of our teams. The team performing for you today is the Black Demonstration Team. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our aircraft is inbound for the 4th and final pass of today's performance. As the aircraft crosses overhead, the jumpmaster gives a crossed arm signal of hot target, signifying the airspace is clear and that it is safe to jump. The jumpers complete their final gear checks and move to the door in the rear of the aircraft. A thumbs up signal is given. Watch momentarily for the jumpers to exit the aircraft. The jumpers are out and the smoke is on. We now have members of the Golden Knights in freefall, rapidly approaching speeds of 120 miles per hour. The initial part of the formation is called the base, and it forms quickly as the initial jumpers fly their bodies together while interlocking their arms and legs to form the nucleus of the formation. The formation continues to fly at 120 miles per hour as our free fall photographer circles the formation. Also circling this formation is our wingsuit. Once into flight, the wingsuit inflates and pressurizes around the jumper. Using this additional surface area, he's able to glide much like a flying squirrel at speeds of over 180 miles per hour. Now, as you may have guessed, these jumpers are faced with a unique situation. A traffic jam in the sky. They must gain vertical separation to allow for individual approaches into the target area. This is accomplished by pulling down on the front part of the parachute and spiraling down at speeds of 60 miles per hour. This enables the jumpers to set up a traffic pattern just like you might see aircraft at a busy airport. You may see a trail of smoke from a faster moving parachute. Capable of great aerodynamic range, this jumper on his 150 square foot parachute can fly much faster than the other parachutes in the sky. As this jumper comes in on his 94 square foot parachute, he will pull the wing into a steep turning dive for impressive rotation before leveling the wing and his body merely inches off the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, watch as this jumper comes in for a high performance parachute landing. Moments ago, these jumpers were almost 2 miles overhead. Thanks in part to the advanced aerodynamic design of these Ram Air parachutes, they are able to overcome the variability of the wind and land safely in such a small target area. Make some noise as these jumpers bring it into the target area. While they always seem to fly better with the roar of a crowd. At 1,000 feet, the jumper does what is called a wind penetration check, checking his distance and speed across the ground. He then flies a downwind leg, a base leg 90 degrees to the target, and then phases into the wind for a final approach. It takes a great deal of concentration to land dead center on the target. The jumper keeps a close eye on the windsock, located in the target area. Once on final approach, he then shifts all his concentration to a small black dot located in the center of the orange X. And there you have a beautiful dead center landing. To turn left, the jumper pulls down on the left steering line, and as they near the ground, they pull down on both steering lines simultaneously for the safest and softest possible landing. At the completion of today's performance, we'll walk through the crowd. Come say hi to us as we pass by you. The United States Army Parachute Team was originally formed in 1959 at the home of the airborne, Fort Lib Bragg, North Carolina. At that time, the team consisted of 19 original members. Each was selected to assist in the development of modern parachuting techniques, to provide world-class competition parachutists, and to perform live aerial demonstrations in support of Army public relations and recruiting. In 1961, we were designated the Army's official aerial demonstration unit. And 1 year later, we adopted our nickname, the Golden Knights. As the last of the jumpers removed their equipment and donned the distinctive maroon beret of today's modern paratrooper, I would like to introduce the jumpers. But first, performing the typical duties of ground control. From Ripley, Oklahoma, he is an airborne mortarman with 161 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Brendan Warden. And flying our incredible wingsuit from Medford, Oregon. He is an airborne communication specialist with 1,631 free fall parachute jumps. Staff Sergeant Kyle Meade. And now for the rest of the jumpers. From San Antonio, Texas, He is an airborne parachute maintenance technician with 1,571 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Brandon Guevara. From Beverly Hills, Michigan, she is an airborne paralegal with 1,227 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant Sloan Cannon. From Peoria, Illinois, he is an airborne infantryman with 1,453 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant Brandon Hexum. From Danville, Indiana, he is an airborne infantryman with 2,735 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Matt Garner. From Franklin, Wisconsin, he is an airborne mortarman with 2,135 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Mikey Heath. And leading the Golden Knights in freefall, the team leader of the Black Demonstration Team. From Cedar Rapids, Iowa, he is an airborne signal intelligence voice interceptor with 7,141 free fall parachute jumps. Sergeant First Class Marcus Dennison. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the Black Demonstration Team for the 2025 Air Show season. All members of your United States Army Parachute Team, the Golden Knights. And now, in keeping with a long-standing Golden Knights tradition, we would like to present today's baton to 3 distinguished members of today's audience. The Air Show would like to recognize Lieutenant Colonel Rock Dreyer from Appleton, Wisconsin, for his support as Airfield Ops Lead. The Air Show would also like to recognize Senior Master Sergeant Julius Caesar Jackson from Dallas, Texas, for his role with the Air Show. The Air Show also recognizes First Lieutenant Sarah Rulli for her work as Ground Ops Lead from Fayetteville, Arkansas. All 3 of these incredible officers have important roles with the Air Show that make it possible for it to happen today. The baton is symbolic in nature in that it has 8 sides, representing the 8 pieces of the jumper's equipment used during a freefall demonstration jump. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Dreyer, Senior Master Sergeant Julius Jackson, and First Lieutenant Sarah Rulli, the United States Army, the Golden Knights, and the great state of Maryland proudly salute you. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our final performance for the day. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank each and every one of you for being such a warm and receptive airborne audience. In closing, I leave you with this final thought. In the future, may all your days be prosperous and your nights golden!
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause, your United States Army Golden Knights. Woo! Wow. Absolutely amazing. Great to work with the team. They really had to work this weekend as they have had to jump sometimes 2 to 3 times today, and just made it a great impression on a lot of young people, I'm sure. And if you've got information, if you want to know more about opportunities in today's armed forces, there are tents located all over. I know in the hangars. We've got Air Force recruiters. If you've got questions, we've got answers. Today's military offers a lot of great opportunities for young people to get training, to get some more education, and to serve their country. It's an amazing opportunity, and we'd invite you to stop by, talk to any of the recruiters that are out here today, get your questions answered, and if it looks right and sounds right, Who knows, maybe you can be some of the next ones being sworn in like these others that were sworn in this weekend right here at Andrews Air Force Base. So again, check out all the information. Lots available. There are a lot of great opportunities in today's armed forces. Still to come, Greg Collier and the T-33 Acemaker. This is an aircraft, again, takes us back to the 1940s when jet aircraft were starting to take over the skies from the propeller-driven aircraft of World War II. This aircraft was one of the first, actually is the first training aircraft in jets that was ever developed for the United States, originally Army Air Corps. It wasn't until 1947 that the United States Air Force became its own separate branch of service. So again, we're going to get a chance to see this cool jet in the skies over Edwards Air Force Base. And of course, still to come, the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. A lot of great sponsors to thank for this weekend's air show. They include Andrews Federal Credit Union. What an amazing bunch of folks at Andrews that do so much for so many people. If you want to get some information about services that are available, stop by their tent located right here at Air Show Center. Again, Andrews Federal Credit Union, our premier sponsor for the 2025 Joint Base Andrews Air Show. We'd also like to thank AFA. AFA, another great sponsor for this weekend, along with United Airlines and Vacation Village. Matter of fact, I flew on United Airlines on the way up here for this weekend. Going home tonight on United Airlines, so fly a lot with them. Great airlines, and again, great sponsors of this weekend's air show. And again, another big shout out to Verizon and AT&T for their extra cellular towers they put out here to help support all these cell phones walking around in the ramp area. So again, thank you to Verizon and AT&T for your support. Hope you're having a great time out there. This is an amazing weekend. Some great air shows, and we're going to continue in a few moments as Greg Collier and the T-33 Acemaker will be taken to the skies coming through here, again, showing us a little bit more of the great American military history that's on display out here this weekend. It's really, really amazing. From World War II all the way up to today's modern military fighters, we're talking over 80 years of military aviation histories parked out on this ramp right now. So if you've not taken a look at some of these aircraft, get up close. The C-5 Galaxy, you can walk through that one. The C-130. We have the Osprey. You've seen the Osprey in a lot of movies. You watch the Transformers, you saw the Osprey. You need to check them out. They're amazing, and then we've got two incredible examples parked right out here. We got the F-15. We got the F-35s. We got a P-51 Mustang from World War II. We got the C-54. The C-54, you can't miss it. The large silver aircraft with the red stripes on the tail. What a great piece of history this aircraft is. In the inside of the fuselage is a mini museum of the Berlin Airlift. You can get a lot of neat information about that the incredible experience, the Berlin Airlift. This aircraft represents that time in history. And all you have to do is just get up the stairs, walk inside, take a look. Plus, we've got the kids zone. We still got the area where the kids can bounce around, have some fun, burn off a few calories and a few grams of energy. And so check it out, the kids zone, located just to the north of hangar number 3. Coming up at 2:30 at hangar number 2, we want you to get ready for Max Impact. They're going to be performing at 2:30 today. That's at hangar number 2. And if you haven't had a chance to get yourself any water, well, come on. Don't go out of here dehydrated. Very, very important that you take care of yourself. Again, the wind and the breeze can be a little deceiving. It's a warm one. So please take care of yourself.
I'm excited for this year's air show to just bring my nephew to his first air show and just to see the fighters again. I love jets. I love planes. I'm super excited to see air power. With legacy in mind and how it fuels the future, my grandfather is the biggest aspirations that I have. He served 31 years in the Army National Guard. He would tell me on walks, hey, you're going to be an officer and you're either got the Air Force or the Navy. We grew up not from the best standpoint, financially, and I feel that the military has helped bring us out of that financial situation. So definitely my grandfather being the leader and being like the fuel to get us out of where we were. And I'm just excited to provide that foundation to my kids. This is the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, where legacy fuels the future.
venues across North America. For more information on David Schultz Air Shows, check out our award-winning website, schultzairshows.com. Follow us on social media, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Again, we do want to remind you when it is time to leave, when you're ready to go, we want to remind you wherever you got off the bus at, that's where you go back to get back to your vehicle, okay? If you came in on the north side, you get back. Our pilot today is Greg, call sign Wired Collier, flying the T-33. He's a native Californian. Greg, call sign Wired Collier, took his first flight at age 7 and has been hooked ever since. Greg has been flying for 4 decades after earning his license in 1982 while serving in the United States Army from 1982 to 1987. After leaving the service, he served 27 years for the FAA, keeping the skies safe as an air traffic controller at Oakland, California, from 1998 to 2015. His passion for flying never left him as he continued to fly as a hobby and an occasional air show, flying a Beech T-34 Mentor until he imported the Russian L-29 Dolphin jet in 2003. Look at this pass. Nice photo pass from right to left from Greg Collier. The T-33, the most widely used jet trainer in the world, made its first flight in March of 1948, with U.S. production taking place from 1948 to 1959. There were a total of over 6,500 built during that time. The United States Navy used the T-33 as a land-based trainer starting in 1949. The T-33 was developed from the Lockheed P-80 F-80 Shooting Star by lengthening the fuselage by over 3 feet and adding a second seat, instrumentation, and flight controls. The T-33 was designed for training pilots already qualified to fly propeller-driven aircraft. Design work began on the P-80 back in 1943, with the first flight in January of 1944. The P-80 became the first jet fighter to enter full squadron service in the United States Army Air Forces. The methods of training a jet pilot in 1947 were 180 hours in the T-6 Texan, 50 hours in the P-51 Mustang, and 25 hours in a P-80. The T-33 provided suitable as an advanced trainer and has been used for such tasks as drone director and target towing. The United States Air Force began phasing the T-33 out of frontline pilot training duties in the Air Training Command in the early 1960s. You'll notice those unique little tanks on the wingtips of this aircraft. Those are wingtip tanks that give the aircraft extra range when necessary. Greg, bring the T-33 back in from the right. Again, you can see the classic lines of this aircraft, and you notice it has straight wings because back then, of course, supersonic flight, well, really wasn't around yet. We weren't going quite that fast. We were getting close. So these aircraft still have the straight wing design. United States Air Force and Navy versions of the T-33 soldiered on into the 1970s and 80s as utility aircraft and proficiency trainers, with some of the former Navy aircraft being used as full-scale aerial targets for air-to-air missiles from naval aircraft and surface-to-air missiles from naval vessels. Big wing over from the right as Greg Collier brings the T-33 back around. The aircraft is powered by an Allison J33A35 turbojet engine, producing 5,200 pounds of thrust. The aircraft has a wingspan of 39 feet, maximum speed of 600 miles an hour, cruise speed of about 455 miles an hour, a range of over 1,300 miles. Another big wing over from the left this time as Greg quickly brings the T-33 right back at show center. Watch now as he pulls on the stick. The aircraft will begin to roll so slowly. After Greg flew his friend's Lockheed T-33 in 2007, Greg set his sights on upgrading to the United States Air Force's first operational jet aircraft and a real piece of aviation history, acquiring a T-33 and naming it Acemaker in 2008. He then founded the Heritage Foundation, a nonprofit organization to help preserve the type. He holds a commercial pilot's license with instrument, single, and multi-engine ratings, as well as being a certified flight instructor. Greg stays in shape for flying high-performance aircraft by cycling with the Cliff Bar team and an occasional Ironman triathlon. Greg would like to thank his sponsors. They include KO Websites, Odyssey Batteries, and Airtronics for their continued support. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready as Greg Collier sets up for the photo pass. This will be a great opportunity to get a good-looking photo as the aircraft will come in, bank its wings, give us a nice little profile shot. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Collier and the T-33. Again, what an amazing piece of history this weekend here at Joint Base Andrews. Always fun to see these historic aircraft in the air. And again, it takes a lot of work, a lot of work to keep these aircraft in the air. Again, because they don't make parts for them anymore. That happened. That quit a long time ago. It takes a lot of work and a lot of effort to keep these classic aircraft in the air. And well, I appreciate all the great organizations that work so hard to keep history flying. Here he comes from your left, Greg Collier and the T-33. Again, the most widely used jet trainer in the world, still going strong in some nations, believe it or not. This is just a jet, again, that just refuses to quit. Again, that's a tribute to the design and build of these incredible aircraft. Again, when we look at some of these World War II planes, I mean, still going strong. Many of these aircraft, by the way, folks, if you put the 50 calibers back in, they could get out there and perform just like they did 80 years ago. One of the unique features of American aircraft were, again, how strong and sturdy these aircraft were. They could take a lot of damage, a lot of hits, keep on flying, bring their pilots safely home. Now, get your cameras ready. This will be a unique pass. This is what we call the down and dirty pass. Greg's coming right down. Looks like he's going to land, but, well, no. He's got the wheels down, the flaps down. Again, this is what we refer to as the dirty pass. Even though work began on the P-80 Shooting Star in 1943, no operational jets made it into combat before the end of World War II. Even though a couple of P-80s were snuck over to Italy, again, they were there for evaluation, and they did not enter service or see combat. It wasn't until after World War II that the jets, of course, began to fill the squadrons of the United States Army Air Corps at that time. Then in 1947, again, the Air Force became its own separate branch of the service. The Germans were the only ones to get jet fighters into World War II, the Messerschmitt Me-262. The first operational jet by the Germans to get into combat. As a matter of fact, they had several jet aircraft that participated in World War II. The only thing we can be thankful for is that they waited too long to develop those aircraft, and not many of them were produced, at least not enough to make a difference in World War II. Greg Collier showing you just how quickly the T-33 can come right back 180 degrees. Greg actually owns 3 T-33 aircraft, keeping these aircraft in flying condition. And again, something that we can get a chance to see and enjoy, because again, museums are nice and wonderful, but again, nothing like watching these aircraft do what they were designed to do. So it's amazing to think, 1948 technology still flying around the world today, as several small air forces still use T-33s to train pilots. Nice 4-point roll. There's 3. And there's the 4-point hesitation roll. Again, this jet would have had exactly the same type of performance the P-80 would have. So again, it wasn't a big transition to move over to the PA. All right, get your cameras ready, ladies and gentlemen. As Greg sets up for the photo pass from your left to right. He'll come in, give us about a 30-degree angle of bank, give us a nice profile. This will make a nice, pretty picture. Here we go from your left. Greg Collier and the photo pass. Always great to have Greg Collier with us, and the T-33, and again, an amazing aircraft, and so much history, so much has flown here today, and we're still not done. Still to come, of course, we've got the United States Air Force Thunderbirds coming your way. What a perfect weekend this has been. The weather could not be better. The crowd could not be better. Y'all have been fantastic. Anybody still having fun? All right, come on, don't be bashful. Now, this has just been an amazing weekend. Again, it takes so much work, so much effort on the part of so many. But wow. And we're still not done yet. We got more to go.
Thunderbirds, check. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds, start 1, ready now. Canopies down, ready now.
Mission. I'm Major Brandon Maxson, Thunderbird 8, the team's advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Before we get started, let me hear you get loud for the Thunderbirds. All right, I know you can do better than that. Let me hear you get loud for the Thunderbirds! Woo! It's great to be here at America's Airfield, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of the teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force, active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. As our Thunderbirds taxi out to begin today's demonstration, the Thunderbird crew chiefs are already preparing for their recovery. Let's watch as our maintenance professionals continue to demonstrate the same level of precision on the ground that you are about to witness in the sky.
Major Jeffrey Downey, call sign Simmer, S-I-M-M-E-R, and I'm Thunderbird 5, the lead solo for the United States Air Force Thunderbirds. What goes through my mind in those split seconds as we're executing the maneuvers that we've trained for? We get the question a lot, are you nervous when you go up there and you perform, you see the huge crowd and you're doing these difficult and sometimes dangerous maneuvers? The answer to the question is no, we don't get nervous. You get hyper-focused on the moment. And we train through repetition, and doing these maneuvers over and over again to try to perfect it. So by the time it comes down to the execution phase, you're so focused on the maneuver and just riding the limit of human performance and what these jets are capable of that you just get hyper-focused on executing the mission and the task at hand. And you know, that reflects what it is that we do in the Air Force. We train so that when it comes time to execute, we can be elite and make the mission happen for the U.S. and its allies. The pride and the freedom that we have and getting to display that and represent that, it's a unifying force. People come to this show and they feel proud to be an American. It's emotional. They watch the high bomb burst and they hear Celine Dion's God Bless America, and it's hard to listen to that and to not reflect and think about what it means to be American and the freedoms that we fight for. This is an incredible moment for America to unite, to come behind something that is greater than all of ourselves and to celebrate the freedoms and the capabilities that this incredible United States Air Force has. So looking forward to the weekend. Hope to see you guys out there. Woo! Major Jeffrey Downey.
Thunderbirds have shown Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 72 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, the pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway. And once they're ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon, you'll hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Colonel Malafa will then demonstrate the superior thrust-to-weight ratio of the F-16 by immediately pulling the noses up into the vertical, performing the diamond loop-on takeoff. As the planes lift off the ground, watch for our slot pilot, Major Tyler Clark. He'll move quickly from the right wing into the slot position, forming the famous Thunderbird Diamond. Following the diamond takeoff, the solos will perform the Mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from your right to your left and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your left to your right, immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical, and perform a split-S maneuver, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to fire on up.
Thunderbird 1 is ready for takeoff. Runway 1 left.
Boss, winds are calm. Runway 1 left. You are cleared for takeoff. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1 is cleared for takeoff. Runway 1 left. Thunderbirds, let's run him up. Standby smoke. Smoke ready now. Smoke up ready now. Thunderbirds, release switch ready now. Burners now.
And now, Joint Base Andrews, stand tall as America's ambassadors in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth. America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron. From Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, led by Colonel Nathan Malafa, and known to all the world as the Thunderbirds! Woo! In 1954, the first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds. And in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. Thunderbird fans, have your cameras ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest, as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamonds Pass in Review. From your left, the Thunderbird 5 displays the historic Thunderbird emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with the knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge, with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingmen and Captain Rob Kanaga as a slot pilot. Now look back to your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the Diamond Row. As we fly for you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to your right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the Diamond is approaching from your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 4 with the echelon pass and review. Surprise, Maryland! That was Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now, from your left, watch as our lead solo, Major Downey, maintains level flights while performing the challenging slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit of Thunderbird 1 as Colonel Nathan Malafa calls for the 4 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready now, air roll.
Major Downey. From your left, Major Scholl. Inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and to your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our 2 solo pilots, Simmer and Rogue, have once again positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 to your left is approaching upside down. Thunderbirds 1 through 4, Sheep, Shadow, Bear, and Slasher will pull straight up into the vertical in trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you'll see the pilots have skillfully transformed back to the Thunderbird Diamond. You're watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude. They require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ, whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. Thunderbird 5 with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. Now, from the right, find Major Shoal. Low and slow. Watch launch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches for the 5-card loop. Now, from the left, Major Shoal will demonstrate the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Watch from the left as Major Shoal, Thunderbird 6, demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with the maximum performance turn. Look over your shoulder to the right for precision flying under G. And feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Diamond to form the Thunderbird Delta formation. We would like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms that we so greatly cherish. Colonel Malafa will now reposition the Delta formation for the Delta roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 6 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. As the Delta soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the globe. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized. And we thank every mom, dad, husband, wife, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country, the land of the free, and the home of the brave. Now, from the right to watch the formation of 6 F-16s precisely maneuvered, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the Delta Formation Loop. missions for the Delta Burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears a Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before, wherever they go after their time on the team, the Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally, representing their brothers and sisters in arms, who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst. Our solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross that show center, watch for them to climb sharply, then reverse course in a split-S maneuver to cross again with the knife-edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen as they execute this breathtaking maneuver.
What's up, DMV? Follow. Ready, hit it. Six at top 45330. 5 at top 42300. 5 is on the line. Gotcha, 5. Follow. Ready, hit it.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you're about to see, as the Diamond approaches from the left to perform the high bomb burst. As your Thunderbirds prepare to land, we hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and to surround themselves with excellence. Our F-16s coming to land. We'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line at Show Center in front of our jets. We hope you'll stick around. Give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. Now I'd like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Locust Grove, Georgia, Technical Sergeant Peyton Purcell. Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 1 from Cedra, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Torres Zayez. Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Moser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega. Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Atlanta, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Brandon Kaiser. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 3 from Scranton, Pennsylvania, Staff Sergeant Megan Galasso. Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Domnick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 4 from Garden Grove, California, Staff Sergeant Eloy Lycona. Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant Aaliyah Wyrick. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 5 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief Thunderbird 6 from Dallas, Georgia, Staff Sergeant Justin Widener. Ladies and gentlemen, as the roar of our F-16 engines fade away, it marks the completion of today's demonstration, the 5,180th in team history and our 47th of 64 scheduled this year. We are pleased to have flown for you today and to showcase the quality in action and pride and performance that has been the foundation of the United States Air Force for over 77 years. It takes more than just superb flying ability to accomplish the Thunderbird mission. It takes outstanding support, including 130 of the finest enlisted members of your United States Air Force, and 6 additional officers, including Thunderbird 7, our operations officer from Jacksonville, Florida, Lieutenant Colonel Tyler Keener. Thunderbird 8, that's me, Major Brandon Maxson, our advanced pilot and narrator from Ontario, California. Thunderbird 9, our flight surgeon from Longview, Texas, Major Jacob Hall. Thunderbird 10, our executive officer from Las Vegas, Nevada, Captain Jan Vecchio. Thunderbird 11, our maintenance officer from Colorado Springs, Colorado, Captain Natalie Winton. Thunderbird 12, our public affairs officer from Claremont, California, Major Crystal Jimenez. Your demonstration pilots for the 2025 Thunderbird team. Thunderbird 1, the team's commander and leader from Heartland, Michigan, Colonel Nathan Malafa. Thunderbird 2, the left wing from Greensboro, North Carolina, Major Josh Burris. Thunderbird 3, the right wing from Cerritos, California, Lieutenant Colonel Ian Lee. Thunderbird 4, the slot from Florence, South Carolina, Major Tyler Clark. Thunderbird 5, the lead solo from Arlington, Virginia, Major Jeffrey Downey. Thunderbird 6, the opposing solo from Columbus, Texas, Major Laney Scholl. The Thunderbirds thank you for letting us perform for you here in the great state of Maryland. Now it's my pleasure to hand the mic back to the voice of the Joint Base Andrews Air Show, Mr. Mike McFarland. You got it, Mike!